What's up, gang? We're out here, and you know, it's been a time. It has been a time and a half because we have just gotten through the most elestrals played in one weekend ever in the game's history. Not only did we have the largest tournament ever, which you guys know about, brought in like 114 players or something like, which is almost double that of every other tournament ever held. But it was back to back with another tournament that had like another 60 players. So we had two premieres back to back. Unfortunately, the decks from Saturday were lost to time because MBT made an oopsie. We can take his kneecaps later. But this is gonna be a doozy because we do have all 114 deck lists from the biggest tournament ever. And we will be looking at every single deck that anyone who has ever played this game has decided to queue in the biggest tournament of all time. And I think we let's just get the elephant out of the room too. I got second at this tournament. So I think for all of my yapping, I think can be backed up now. So I can stand on business. I think we can talk about definitively why some lists did better than others. Not qualified? Yeah, you're right. Sorry, Josh. Sorry. I'll never doubt you again. I owe all my success to Josh. Shout out to Josh. I am just Josh 2, Electric Boogaloo. I'm just the inferior, less handsome version of Josh. But with all the grandstanding out of the way, one point of order before we hop into this. There's been a slight update to the channel. Recently the channel has been monetized. Shoutouts to Law, not only for getting the channel monetized, but also for putting together this massive slide deck that I heard took like 4 hours to put together. Even after like all of the like layups that we had. So huge shout outs to him for going through the work to get all these deck lists together, and put this slide deck together for us to review. But also the consequence of us being monetized is that you guys will now be served ads potentially during the stream. Not sure when they're gonna pop up, but like YouTube might just serve you an ad now. But if you don't want to watch an ad and you just want to hear more yappage, consider dropping a channel membership. I think those are like subscriptions on Twitch, because I think those exist now. I don't think we have emotes or anything yet, but we're working on it. But that's all been set up. So huge shout outs to Law for that. Shout outs to you guys for supporting the channel. Growth has been crazy, but yeah, let's hop into it. There's a lot to go over. This is gonna be the longest stream ever. I don't think it works that way. I don't know how it works, but do it anyway. Subscribe to the channel or I will steal your kneecaps. All right. Let's read the little quote if we can from Law. What does it say? It says, the largest event ever so far. Surely the format's not solved right. Also, Reese Shadal, thank you for being a Caster's Corner supporter. Can we change what those are called? Welcome to the corner. Welcome to the corner. I think that makes you the first corner member, potentially. So, huge shout outs to you. If it doesn't, if I'm lying, then sorry, but I think that makes you the first. Music loud. Lock. Let me turn it down. It's a bang. How's that? First indeed, let's go. Congratulations, Reach It All, on being the first ever official member of the Caster's Corner. A little bit awkward over there. Somebody better join them. But let's check out these lists. The biggest tournament ever so far. Surely the format is not solved. Well, I think from the news today, I guess one more point of order before we get into the deck lists. There was a ban list drop today. Very cool. So, because there was a ban list drop today, these deck lists aren't going to be very useful in the future, but I think we'll, like, as we go through this, this will kind of be a ban list discussion. I think we're going to do a ban list discussion special episode of the Expend to Draw podcast, so subscribe to follow along. Oh yeah, and because I forgot to say something last time, like the stream, subscribe, comment on the stream. It helps the channel grow, it helps the stream grow, and it would make me feel nice. And then hold on, I gotta show this, because I can show this. Do you guys know that there's that's emojis. Drop some emojis or something. Hold on, where's the reactions? How do I get the reactions? You gotta help me. Where's the reactions? All right, I don't know where react to the stream is gone, but put some wave emojis until I figure out how to do the reactions again, because that stuff was dope. That stuff was dope last time. All right, let's get into this. Here's the breakdown. 115 registered players, 114 actual players. Not really sure what that distinction is, but I guess everybody showed up. Here's the breakdown. Now we have official large enough sample size to get a decent breakdown of what kind of the meta looks like. We got 35 Earth Nexus. No surprise. Best deck. 23 Thunder Nexus. With the next most represented deck, huge fall off being 8 Vault Tempest. But if you've ever played Vault Tempest, you know that Vault Tempest is basically just Thunder Nexus. So it's really like 31 Thunder Nexus. And then the big drop off is, so after you get out of Earth Nexus, Thunder Nexus, and like Thunder Nexus variant, the next most represented deck is 6 Chronodiles. So that's awesome. So about half the field was established meta threats, and then we had a little bit of a smattering of rogue everywhere else. So not like that awful of a breakdown, but we do have clear confirmation that Earth and Thunder were the most represented and best decks by far, which kind of explains the ban list if you guys saw that today. Party time for real. Party time for real. Drop a wave. Hi chat. Hi, drop a wave. So after Tempest Chronodile, we have 6 Draking tied with Chronodile. So Draking, Chronodile, very popular archetypes. I think we see that they're also very strong Ascension, so this makes sense. Kind of surprising is that we see only 4 Fire Nexus. Fire Nexus is a deck that we have shown is a meta contender. It's a very good deck, but only 4 people felt confident enough to queue up with it. So maybe if this had more representation, we would have had more of these pop up maybe in the top cut. So not really sure. 4 Penterror is crazy to me, but it kind of makes sense because if Earth Nexus is the best deck, Penterror has a good matchup into it. We have 4 literal starter decks entered. Now, I'm not sure if this will be the case, but did you know that in Elestrals, there's a special rule that if you queue up with card for card a structure deck that has been released, card for card, no side decks, no modifications to the spirit deck or the main deck, anything, you can play it ignoring the ban list. So you could queue up with a Sparkit unerrated if you play exactly the Imperial starter deck. So 4 starter decks exactly. Then we fall off to, we have a couple Bear players, we have a couple Frost Nexus, a couple Phosphocell, a couple Rhinosec, a couple Scraps. And if you're not familiar with that terminology, Scrap is the like the artifact toolkit kind of deck. A couple Solars. So sad. I miss when Solar was like the 3rd most represented deck. 2 Water Nexus, 10 one-ofs, and the one-of breakdown is on the right there. I'm not reading all those, but we'll see them. So let's talk about Earth Nexus. This is the best deck in the game, most represented as well. So let's start with our 110th place 0-1 drop Earth Nexus. When people said, yeah, I'm going to bring my starter deck. Yeah, I love that. I think we'll actually eventually reach a point in the game where we'll either play 10-20 limited base set cards. Those get moved from 1 to 0 at some point. I don't know. We'll get into ban list discussion later. Let's look at the Earth Nexus. I'm already going to start screaming. Where the fuck is the side deck? There's no side deck. Okay. So take a look at this. It's pretty standard Earth Nexus. We all kind of know what it looks like. It's got 12 counter runes in it. Sure. No tsunamis anywhere. It is running Cryoblast, which is interesting. It is running Floy Forest. And it is not playing anything like Edward. It is playing Rummagems. That's, you know, kind of a standard variant, but this player also went 0-1 drop, so they might have just been signing up to get their free reward and then dip. Not much to talk about here. Let's go to 0-2 drop, 104th place Earth Nexus. We see the same breakdown on the Spirit deck, so this is kind of interesting. This is a lot of Thunder for 6 Thunder Elestrals. There's only 6 Thunder Elestrals and the 3 Elechick, 3 Rabbit. They played 7 Zaptors. And this 0-2 drop list also played 7 Zaptors. Where did this come from? Like, where did this idea come from? That's crazy to me, but that's a lot of Zaptors. That's a lot of Zaptors. But apparently it's a popular ratio. Here we see, this is a pretty standard list, but we do see something very interesting here. We see Scythe of Demeter in the main deck. No Argo, though. Only 10 counter runes, which is a little light. And then we also see a random Giraflora in the deck. Hold on, what does that card even do? What does Giraflora do? Hold please. Hold please. Chat, help me out. What does Giraflora do? We have never seen this card in anyone's deck before. In any of these streams, we've never seen somebody sign up with Giraflora. First Giraflora confirmed. Is Giraflora a base set card? Oh no, it's a Frostball card. Alright, hold on. I found it. I found it on the site. Giraflora. When you cast Giraflora, you can return an Earth Elestral from Underworld to your hand. It's a 1/4. Yeah, that's not too bad. It's our 4th copy of Echolinks, I guess. Josh won with Giraflora OTK, didn't he? I think it was Gigaflora, and that was a Drataya deck. That was not a Giraflora deck. That was also a Tuesday casual, I'm pretty sure. That wasn't like a premiere. Recycle the links. Yeah, I fuck with it. I can get behind that. You see the ratio of the Crab Blast coming down. This is actually pretty similar to the 0-1 drop list, but just with the Giraflora in here. Look at the side deck. Side deck is interesting. We do see Necklace of Harmonia being played, but no Argo. So they have the Scythe and the Necklace, but no Argo. Maybe either they don't have Argo, or they don't understand why those cards are in the deck. One of those are an option, or potentially both. Or maybe they're just looking for stuff to put in their deck. Because I'm gonna lean on this being like a card availability thing, because I see Clovey in here. Clovey, my goat. Ambrosia Cornucopia. Not sure what those are for. We have more Thunder in the side deck. Don't think those are necessary. We're already playing a lot, but hell yeah. Boom, Bat, Thunderstorm, etc. Yeah, sure. Let's look at 0-1 Earth Nexus featuring Lavalith. This was kind of a popular tech that I heard was running around. I didn't encounter this at all in my run, but I did see that this was running around. Could Chariot be a mistake and it was supposed to be Argo? They're both boat-like. It is entirely possible that they put Chariot in there because it looks like a boat. Can you say more swear words so the stream gets demonetized? Yeah. Fuck shit, fuck shit, fuck shit, fuck shit. I hope you get an ad while I'm saying that. That'd be awesome. Anyway, let's look at this one. This is another Earth Nexus. This one's also playing Rummagem. This one also went 0-1. This one, I think that this one is you know, pretty normal. This one plays 20. Rip monetization. I actually have to cut that. Nah, it's fine. Hey, Law. Hey, Law. Hey, Law. You want to see me do it again? I'm gonna do it again. Hey, Law. Fuck. All right. So this one's opting for 3 Mudlet and also Rummagem, also Lavalit. So a little bit more dude heavy than most. Also, my headrest has disappeared. That's interesting. Hold on. How do I time out Law? How do I time out Law? I'm timing out Law. Law's going in the timeout corner for complaining. Fuck! Do it again. Fuck shit! Alright. No one can stop us now. We're too powerful. They've given me all of the power. It's my stream now, Law. It's my stream. It's awesome. It's perfect. Launch the missile, Jerry. Anyway, 12 Gyrons, 20 dudes. 20 dudes is kind of a lot. Nothing really too interesting. I'm trying to figure out when they cut. Hold on. Oh, I guess it's the Crab Blast that they're not playing. Yeah. Okay. So no Tsunami once again. No Crab Blast. The no Tsunami psyop kind of crazy. But we do see the water spirits here and the tsunamis on the side. Makes sense. Good side deck though, no spirits sided. Double Verdolith, Shadows Verdolith, double Eddy, triple Boom Bat, double Full Oi Forest, triple Full Oi Forest actually between main and side. Sure. I guess for the Field Spell Wars. Triple Cryo Blast with 1 Flare Mine, thank God, good ratio, let's go. 3 Tsunami. For 2 Leviathan's a little bit light. I probably would have wanted more of that, but we're cutting to make space for Lavalith. I think the big comment on this deck, my guess is that not too many of the Lavalith Earths converted to the higher placements, because making space for that Fire Spirit is really hard. Like, justifying 2 Fire Spirits for 1 Lavalith is, like, that's a lot. All right, let's take a look at 100th place. 100th place. That's the Centennial placement. O2 drop. Earth Nexus. 12 Earth, 3 Leviathan, 4 Zaptor, Flare Mine. Sure. Standard Dew lineup with Rummagem. Eddy is in the main for the first time, but only 2 Elechic is kind of interesting. I guess trying to squeeze in the Rummagems makes sense. But cutting the Elechic down to 2 is a little bit interesting because that card just got limited because it's so good. Let's see. We're citing another Zaptor. Moss. Verdolith. Moss on the side is interesting. Because if we're going to play the second Moss, why wouldn't we just main it? If we're playing the Rummagems to search it, then we don't need this here. Playing the extra Elechic. I think we've discussed this before in the past, but usually when we see stuff like this, where we see like the extra copies of cards that are normally seen in the main deck and they're in the side deck, this is kind of like, in my mind, the sign of like indecisiveness in deck building, where you're not really sure what you want to do. So this might be a player who might be a little bit newer to the deck, might be experimenting, and that might explain the O2 drop. Because as we see here, there's nothing like particularly out of place here. In like what this deck was doing that the other Earth Nexuses weren't. Well, we do see the Tsunamis making it into the main deck, which I think most of these other lists, or all of them actually, I don't think any of these main Tsunamis so far. Yeah, this is the first one. Now we got 98th place, O2, Earth Nexus. This one, main decking Specterus and Dense Fog. Very interesting. No Tsunamis in this deck anywhere. No Water Spirits at all. Siding the third Equilings. 2 Equilings in the main. 1 in the side. Godspeed, soldier. 2 Cryspore in the main deck. 3 Sprouter in the main deck. Searching Scythe of Demeter. Only 4 counter runes. 2 Scythe of Demeter. 2 Nectar of the God. This is awesome. Oh my god, I love this. That's incredible. I don't know if this is card availability or if they were really just cooking. Do we need to discuss why this isn't like particularly very good? I think Dense Fog is something that has been discussed as like a card that can beat Earth Nexus. However, in practice it doesn't, because Earth Nexus has too strong of dudes. Dense Fog is like particularly good against exactly Solar. So I remember rating this card very highly when I thought that Solar was like the best deck ever printed by man, which it still is, obviously, but just only in my world and not in reality. So unfortunately Dense Fog doesn't really get to do as much. Specterus I do think is interesting because more people have been playing Foamy and Galaxy as of late, but still probably not the best card. We'll talk more about that later. Also 2 Elechic, but this time no indecisiveness. This person locked in on 2 Elechic for sure. Not sure how I feel about that. We're siding the Mosses, 3rd Mudlet. Bunch of Elestrals on the side, siding all of the counter runes that probably belonged up here. I do see that they're only playing 2s of like Poison Tip Arrow, Gorgon's Gaze, Altar. So it's possible that they just are limited on what counter runes they own, potentially. So I think that's probably what went on here. 2 X-Wings is industry plant behavior. Yeah, for real. Hold on. I'm going to go grab some more water. You guys discuss amongst yourself this particular deck list, and then I will assess your accuracy in a second while I escape my confines with the fourth wall. Oh, hey, I found the pillow. Oh my god, I found the headrest. Jack! Ah! The pillow! Hee, I see Eddie. Excellent evaluation. This is actually the best list of all time. No notes. It's perfect. All right. If you're saying no notes, it's perfect, it must be a disaster. Let me look at it. Oh, that's not that bad. It's standard Earth Nexus, but we got 1 Verdolith in the main. Fun fact about Verdolith. Josh has told me that this card is terrible. I really wanted to play this card. Like, I really wanted to play Verdolith. Josh told me Verdolith bad. Josh informed me Verdolith worst Earth card ever. So I chose not to play it. I don't know if that's true or not. But this list did go 1-5 or 1-4, and there was a Verdolith in the main deck. So maybe he's cooking with that. Kind of interesting that this list went 1-4 because this seems like pretty standard Earth Nexus. So they might have been getting skill diffed. I'm not gonna lie, because like it 1-4 with Earth Nexus feel like, and it seems like it's not incompetently built. I don't know. That feels like that might be a skill issue. Not sure. The spirits in the side, I'm gonna scream. Why are we siding 2 Zaptors, 2 Terratlas? There's already 12 Terratlas. There's 12 Terratlas in the deck. Why do we need more? Pain. Clean up your workstation. Why there's so many folders? Don't worry about that. Don't worry about it. Guards. Hold on, wait. We don't have mods on this channel. We don't have mods on this channel. I don't have guards. 14 Terratlas got them their win. You know what? Valid. The 14 Terratlas is necessary. Looking at the side deck, the side deck's pretty standard. Just the Rummage Gems in the side are interesting. I was actually talking to Josh about this because I thought it was like potentially viable in the Earth Mirror to side into Rummage Gem just so that you saw the Echolinks before they did. But Josh said no, so we didn't do it. Yeah. Interesting to note. One thing that I'll say here or like point out is that going 1-4 still placed them higher than the players that like went 0-1 drop. So I don't know if that has elo implications, but like playing it out still lets you place higher. So play it out. Play more elestrals. Now we have another 1-4 Earth Nexus dropping in the final round. This one is Earth Thunder, it seems. Thunder Earth with one Arcolith in the main, 2 more Arcoliths in the side. No Moss Stations, but 3 Mudlets, 2 Rummage Gems again. Floy Forest in the main, and Cryoblast again, and 11 counter runes. That sounds about right. 14 Terratlases, I'm gonna scream. With 5 Zaptors and a Floor Mine. That seems fine. So the 5 Zaptors, good. I like 5 as like the max number of Zaptor in Earth. And they're not siding more Zaptors, even though they're siding Thunder cards, so very good job. They're maining Boombat, which is interesting, but I kind of get it. If they're trying to play the removal meta, they're playing like the Cryoblasts, they're playing Boombats, they're playing Earthquake. They're interesting siding Laurels. Wonder what the reasoning was there. I'm gonna scream at this side deck though. Look at this Skittles package, bro. There's 2 more Terratlases in our 14. All right, so normally we play 12. This mad lad played 14 naturally. This mad lad played 12-sided too. This mad lad played 14-sided too. Oh my god. And they're not even siding more like earth cards. The only earth card that they sided was a Floy Forest. That's awesome. I love that. The two Vapyro for Lavalith, 1 Leviathan for 2 Tsunamis. Clearly, I mean, you know what I'm gonna say. The Leviathan should have been in the side. There should be more than 1. Blah blah blah. 1 Owloon for 2 Dense Fog, and then a Resting. The only real comment here is I think that this is just an extension of like why Lavalith and Earth doesn't make as much sense. Just because you don't really want to fit those 2 Fire Spirits. But otherwise seems fine. Yeah, this person's a mad lad. They love Skittles. Okay, I need to take back everything I said about the ranking system. So these players got placed higher by going 1-4 before they dropped, right? Than the players that went like 0-2 and then dropped. This player went 1-3 drop and still placed higher. I really want to know how these standings work out. Like I want to know how the I scrubbed out tier of standings like shake out. Like I would love to see the calculations on that because that's crazy. Here we see more Rumma Gems in the main. We do see Eddies. We do see Tsunamis, which has been pretty rare in some of these scrub out Earth Nexus lists. Yeah, I mean this seems pretty standard, all things considered. But we do see one of the first emergences of like the full counter rune suite. We still see the Floy Forests. And then looking at the side, I'm going to punch drywall. Why is there 3 more Zaptors? We're playing 5 at the start and then 3 more. I'm going to, bro, I'm gonna shit bricks. Oh my god. There's no way. Why? We gotta stop. I need to make a video on this. I don't know why I haven't already. I need to make a video on the like oversiding spirits thing, or like the redundant spirit thing. You don't need more. Like I know that's a lot of yellow cards. I know. But 5 is all you need. 5 is all you will ever need. There's never going to be a game where you side in 2 Arcolith, 3 Boombat, 3 Thunderstorm, and you're like, oh yeah, I'll need 8. That's never going to happen. That'll never happen. I also, but like as much as I flame that, this is where I get confused. We have the 1 Floor Mine in the main spirit deck with 3 Cryoblasts in the side, but we're not siding the Floor Mine, but we side 3 redundant Zaptors. That I don't get it. I just don't get it. I need to make a Spirit Math video. Oh my god. Literally made a side deck specifically so you can rotate between Thunder, Arc, and Earth Nexus depending on matchup. Big brain. I have a question though. Is it really Thunder Arcolith if there's no Zeus? Only 2 Elichick, 3 Astrabbit, and 2 Arcolith? Like what are we rotating out of? The Rumma Gems? I'm in great pain. Also, shout out to the 1 shield inside. Let's take a look at this. 2-3 Earth Nexus. Clovey! Clovey spotted! Clovey! Clovey! We need a Clovey emote ASAP. At Law YGO. Please commission Clovey emote ASAP. Thank you. Thank you, boss. Alright, so Clovey. I have an emote guy. Please, we need a Clovey emote. We need like a Clovey emote. That's all I want in life is a Clovey emote. This one is a Mad Lad deck list. This one's maining 3 Boombat and a Clovey. Shout out to Clovey. I love Clovey. I need my emotes. Yeah, don't scam Rishadal. Rishadal needs to get unscammed. So shout outs to the Clovey. 2 2 Owloon in the main spirit deck is crazy. Especially because it's just for Dense Fog. We see the Foley Forest again. 4 spirits, 2 Vapyro for Lavalith. It makes sense. But again, we've talked about why not the biggest fan of this. 2 Lycoris for a P-Gust and a Tornado. I see. Okay, the P-Gust I can get behind because it's like a 4th Equilinx. The Tornado's a little bit suspect. Huh. Like half of the side deck makes sense. Like the part where, you know, where we're playing like the Poison Tip Arrow, the Tsunami, and like a side deck card. All these other cards, I'm just kind of side-eyeing. I'm not really sure what to say about this. When we get to the positive ratio Earth Nexuses, I'm gonna like pause and we're gonna like discuss what I think went wrong in a lot of these lists, and then we're gonna like evaluate moving forward once we get to positive ratios. Call it Poggy. Perfect. Tailwinds has the perfect idea. We need a Clovey Pogging. Please commission a Pogging Clovey. Thank you. Clovey not seeing a lot of play really highlights the different card advantages in elestrals. Yeah, card advantage is weird in elestrals because like you look at Solar and you think that Solar is going to be broken because it's the card advantage deck, and then it's just the worst deck ever printed. It's crazy. Tornado is a burn card. True, actually. Tornado is a burn card. That card is just a discounted eruption. It's actually discounted 2 eruptions. Let's take a look at this 2/2 first neutral Earth Nexus. Looks like a pretty standard lineup. You know, we still see the Rummagems, 1 Moss Station, sure. Floy Forest still in main, Cryoblast still in main. We see the 7 Zaptors again. Didn't expect to see the 7 Zaptor ratio. Where the hell did this 7 Zaptor ratio come from? Was this has to be like, because this is like the 3rd or 4th person that has done 7 Zaptor in Earth Nexus for just the 3 Rabbit, 3 Equilink, or 3 Rabbit, 3 Elechic, no Tsunami. This has to be like a testing group psyop or something. Like, something's up with this. But like I do see the Quackles though in the side, so I think it's a little bit more reasonable here. But maybe go down to like 6 or something and then play Waters for Tsunamis and maybe Edwards. But like I see the vision here. At least here it makes more sense because they have the Quackles. Jess last premiere, I thought Jess played 5 and sided 2 and also still played Water Spirits. I'm talking about specifically the 7 Zaptor in the main spirit board with no Water Spirits. It's a net deck. Wait, did Jess really do this with no Water Spirits? I don't believe that. Please tell me that that wasn't a thing, because I thought she had Water Spirits in her deck. Side deck has 1 Owloon for 2 Dense Fog, so that's a good ratio. 3 Scythe of Demeter, that is psychotic. But maybe they're doing that for time in the round. I could see that for like time in the round, maybe. 2 Arcolith, Rummagem, Verdolith, 2 Argo. No necklace with the Argo is unfortunate, but maybe it's a card availability thing. Not sure. Yeah, interesting list though. Let's take a look. This is another this is a 2/3 drop. We have 2 Rummagem again, still same lineup as before, still Floy Forest, still the Cryoblasts, still the 12 counter runes with no Tsunamis, siding Tsunamis. Better spirit deck though. We see 4 Zaptor, 1 Flurmine, 1 Owloon, 3 Leviathan for the Eddies and the Tsunamis. So we do see a spirit deck self-contained here with a 15 card side. Love that. And Earth is a deck that has space for this, so good, love it, awesome. yeah, not really much to say. I do think I guess we can take this as an opportunity to mention like how I feel about certain side deck cards right now. I don't think Boombat's actually very good. I think Boombat was like a Chronodile psyop that we were on for a little bit. Like if you queued the Chronodile and you had Boombat, awesome, but I think this card was a little bit of a psyop. Moss Station in the side, Mudlet in the side. Again, you know, I feel like this is an indecisive thing. Probably needed better deck building there. Triple Edward, triple Tsunami on the side is probably fine, but I think the Eddies are good in the main. But yeah, I think that really it's just we could have moved some of these into the main deck and just switched these around, but it's just what card do we prefer in the main over the side? So seems fine. All the right cards are there. Here we have 69th place. Very nice. 2/3 drop Wasp Ivy Earth Nexus. I think I would just call this Wasp Ivy. I'm not really sure why this is an Earth Nexus, but I feel like Wasp Ivy is just Earth Nexus, but with a 8/1 in it. This is our first instance of not 3 Ask Rabbit. I'm going to scream. Please play this card at 3. There is no reason to ever play a deck without 3 Ask Rabbit in it. If you ever find yourself cutting Ask Rabbit from your deck list, start over. Just start over. Just throw the whole deck away. There is space, I promise you. I promise you. This card is way too good to ever cut. Yeah. So that's really the main comment here. Wasp Ivy, I mean, it's cool that we're on Wasp Ivy, but unfortunately, I'm just not a fan of Wasp Ivy. I think this card's kind of bad, unfortunately. I wish it wasn't, but I think it is. We do see the Vertilith. We do see the Poison Tunics for the Argo. No Necklace of Harmonia, unfortunately, but that makes sense because we're on Wasp Ivy. We do see the Scythe of Demeter. Argo in the main deck, I think, for the first time. Poison Nectar drawing 2, probably trying to find the little guy. Vertilith in the main. Okay, that's the Josh bad card. Love you so much. Just start over. I mean, just start over. If there's not 3 rabbit in your deck when you're done building it, you did something wrong. Just start over. Throw the whole goddamn deck away and just find space for the 3 rabbits. Do not click submit until there are 3 in the deck. I played Mudlet and outed it. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Like, Sir Tractor brings up a perfect point about Wasp Ivy and why I think that this card is bad. Is that yes, you have to expend 3 if you kill the Wasp Ivy in battle. However, that just means that the price of killing a Wasp Ivy is 3 spirits. That's it. This is just a very slow eruption. And we built around playing a very slow eruption that probably burnt them more spirits to get out than us. Because they had to play the Psychic Nectar, that's 1. The Wasp Ivy is 2. The Argo is 4, so that's 7. Or if let's say it's PTA, that's still 4 spirits. We still just say, okay, you spent 4 spirits to summon a Wasp Ivy against me. I play Mudlet, I beat over it. I take 3 spirit damage. I also spent 4 spirits. We went even. So this didn't actually generate advantage. So that's how I would look at this. And it's even worse if you Argo for it. So unfortunately, I think that that's just the issue with Wasp Ivy. And then not to mention that we're like cutting good cards to play a Wasp Ivy. Looking at the side deck though, side deck seems pretty well put together. We do have the necklaces in the side deck, which is interesting. Ooh, hold on, this player is cooking actually with their theory. This didn't work out for them, but the theory is cooking. It looks like their side, so they're playing Wasp Ivy first to get you like primed mentally for it, but then count this. Okay, we have 2 necklace. This probably should have been 1 necklace, but like for the siding pattern, but like I still see what they're doing. They're swapping out the tunics for the necklaces, and then they're swapping out all the Wasp Ivy cards for the Earth Nexus cards. And it's like, you thought, it's actually Earth Nexus, just only gives 2 and 3. And then, you know, standard tech cards on the side. Okay, cool. I like the theory at the very least. Should have been a Necklace and a Scythe. Scythe was already in the main deck. It should have just been like a good card. Let's see. This is a... Okay, this is, I think, the first Earth Nexus that main decked Arcolith that we've seen so far. Or, no. This is the first one that's main decked 2. There was one Mad Lad playing 1. This is a 2/3 Earth Nexus. Doing the Jest thing, by the way, with 3 Jolton, Race to the Top Olympus. This was something I was trying to pill Josh on, and he told me no. But, like... It's a cool tech. Jess did end up winning the whole tournament with it, so spoilers. But it's a cool tech. I kind of like it. I like it in the sense that like this gives you 9 starters, like 8 to 9 starters in the deck. Yeah, I like it. But like, I also kind of hate it. I don't think Race to the Top is actually that good. Like, low-key. But I think if you're gonna play Jolton in Earth, you have to play it. Like that's kind of how my feeling is that if you're gonna play Jolton, you need to just like throw Olympus Race to the Top in the deck. But my conclusion is just don't play that package. But it does work out. When it works, it works. I just don't think it's necessary. Yeah, sick deck though. I think that's probably too much Thunder. It's what, 9 Thunder, 9 Earth, 2 Leviathan? Yeah, it's probably just too much Thunder. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think the problem is it's like too much Thunder, but like the issue is that like you want to play like a lot of Thunder because you're playing all these Thunder cards. I don't know. Maybe it should have been like 7 Thunder, like 5 or 7 Thunder. I'm not really sure. So somewhere in that range. But like, I think that's just the problem with like trying to do this hybrid. Is that it leads to a funky Spirit Mass sometime. I think we'll see the Masterclass on it when we get to Jess's list. Again, we see the Lavalith on the side. Which we've talked about. Cryoblast with the 1 Spirit, that's fine. 3 Tsunami on the side, no Eddies, so the 2 Leviathan is fine. 2 Quackle, that's perfect. I think if you are going to be doing the heavy Thunder stuff, you side the Quackles for time for sure. Laurels, sure. I think Laurels probably should have been in main deck, but whatever. Yeah, nothing really to say there. No real comments. Here we see 2/3 Pandison Earth Nexus. So this is cute. I like this tech. So it's still again standard Earth Nexus. This time we're just playing Pandison to get back a Invoke rune from our grave. The only Invoke runes that we play are these 5 here. It's the power 5 of Black Lotus, Ambrosia, Earthquake, and Laurels. So just being able to run this out and just grab back an Ambrosia is actually pretty powerful. I don't dislike that at all. But unfortunately it went 2/3. We see 14, the return of the 14 Earth Thunder. We do see pretty decent count for Zaptor Leviathan. I think that 4 Zaptor is about right. 2 Leviathans maybe a little bit low, but there's no Eddies. But now we get to the part. Oh my god, we get to the part where I start losing my mind. We're siding 6 Spirits, 2 Flurmine for 2 Cryoblasts. And then we're siding 4 Papyros for a Lavalith, 2 Eruptions, and 2 Blooms. I don't know if this is like a I'm really scared of going to time in the round thing. I don't know if this is like a I'm going to justify Pandison by any means necessary thing. I'm also not sure of like why is there Bloom? Like where's the turtle? Where's the Verituga? This side deck is putting me at risk for an aneurysm. I think that there's always a risk for aneurysms when we look at other people's decks, right? But like, man, Bloom to keep Pandison, keep it alive. Yeah, but like, couldn't we also just play Circle Sky at that point? This is either the best Earth deck I've ever seen or the worst, and I don't really know how I fall on that curve. I do like the concepts here. All the concepts are solid. I think the only thing that's really suspect here is the bloom. I think I would have just wanted to play small Verituga to just get the eruptions. Otherwise, I fuck with this. Oh, okay. Hold on. Big jump. Okay, so this is the last negative Earth list that we see. The next is a 4-3. So we had no 3-3s, only 2-3s jumping up to 4-3. So now, as I said before, when we get to the first positive list, we will now take a second to breathe and discuss what I think has gone wrong. What is the common denominator in these lists? And I think that there's two common denominators, at least in the main deck, that I think me and Josh talked about in our joint deck profile for the Earth lists, because we played the same Earth list both days back to back this weekend, and we took out of 2 separate top 4s, we had three top 4s out of 2 separate top 4s with the same deck list. So I think our list was like pretty cooking. I think the issue that we can point out right away is that Rummagem is a frequent offender, and Floy Forest. Both of those cards, I think, are cards that are commonly played in Earth Nexus that probably shouldn't be there because they're just not that good. How many auto-include cards are there in Elestrals? I think like 20. It's like 3 Rabbit, Earthquake, Laurels, Ambrosias. So that's what, 8? 8, and then 3 Gaze is 11. 3 PTA is well, I won't say like specifically 3 PTA. Let's say at least 12 counter runes. So it's like 20 cards about. And you have some flexibility. And then the other 20 cards is like your flavor. But we can have that discussion at the end. But yeah, so I think the common offenders are playing the Rummagems, are playing the Floy Forests in the main deck. Not playing Tsunami as another common offender. It's not always the case, but it's a common offender. Playing too much Zaptor is also a common offender that we've seen. Spirit decks or like side deck stuff. I mean, you guys have heard me bitch about spirit side whatever's like a billion times at this point. So like, you already know how I feel about that. But yeah. I think that those are like the 5 key points. So now let's take a look, and also a lack of Eddie. Eddie is a good card. So now let's take a look at some of the higher placing lists, the ones that went positive, and see what they change and see how on the mark we are for like if there's like a correlation here. So let's take a look. Immediately we see no Rummagem in this main deck. We do see Floyd still, but we see the Eddies. We do see 2 Elichick. Oh, that was another thing I wanted to mention. 2 Elichick is probably not the way, but immediately invalidated by this. But let's take a look. Oh, also the other one was Cryoblast in the main and low counter runes, and also Boombat existing. Those are the other ones. So let's take a look here. So we see no Boombats here. Cool. Cryoblast inside. Cool. We see more counter runes, so not a low counter rune count. This one played 13. We do still see the Floy Forests, but I think the theory about Race to the Top and like Field Spell Wars hasn't like before this tournament hadn't really made the rounds yet. So I get why we're gonna see more of this, and we'll have that discussion later if we want, or at like the end of the Earth Nexus segment. We do see Argo in the side. Shoutouts Argo. I hate you, Josh. Instead of seeing the 1 Scythe, 1 Necklace, we see 2 Scythe. Not sure how I feel about that. Necklace is really good, but maybe they just didn't have Necklace, which is, I think, kind of common. Necklace is randomly kind of hard to pull, at least in my experience. Sometimes you pull like a billion necklaces, but like I've also seen a lot of people that just randomly don't have it. The Lavalith we see once again rearing its head. We've talked about this, but I don't think it's like a bad tech. I just think that it's just like not really worth it because you're holding on to 2 Vapyro for so long during the game. Triple Argo, double Scythe, I think we already talked about. Triple Argo might be a bit excessive just because of like what are you taking out to put in 3 Argos? But I don't know. I sided 2 and I never drew it. So 3's the way, I guess. And then extra counter runes, Vertiliths. Yeah, all makes sense. So much big step up. Big step up. No random includes. Some slight things here and there that I think we could tweak. But, like, big step up in deck quality. Let's take a look at the next list, which is 4-3, 38th place, Earth Nexus. Main decking the Lavalith this time. I did hear that that was a thing that was running around. We do see the Rummagem reappear. And we also see some of the previous trends appear that we weren't a big fan of. But we do see some improvements as well, like the Lavalith in the main deck. Sure, if you're going to play the Lavalith, you may as well just main it at that point. And we do see a pretty well-rounded spirit deck. We do see the extra Zaptors in the side deck. Probably not necessary most of the time, but because we're playing that Lavalith, it does make sense because we'd be siding out of the Lavalith into the Zaptors, into the Thunderstorms, and I think that that's also the reason potentially not to play Lavalith, is you could just play the Thunderstorms instead. No Eddie. Oh yeah, no Eddie. No Eddie is no Eddie spotted. But I do think that this is a pretty solid list overall. It does follow a lot of pretty solid theories. We do see the 3rd Feloy in the side, as well as 2 Feloy in main. Sure. I think Feloy is again a common offender. But the rest of the deck is built pretty well. Boombat is another like potentially common offender. I don't think it's like bad to play Boombat. I just didn't think it was like the best tech this weekend. And then 3 shield inside. You know, we've been doing that for a while, but I think what we could have done is, you know, if we cut the Feloys, those shields could have been in main. Having more counter runes is always good. That could have been a deciding factor for them. So definitely something to keep an eye on. Let's take a look at 4-3, 32nd place, Earth Nexus. With water. So this is Earth Water Tempo, the fabled Earth Water Tempo that has been described by the Elestrals powers that be naming convention. Here we do see a spirit deck that I think looks pretty solid, a lot closer to what I would consider optimal. There's 11 Teratlis, 5 Leviathan, 4 Zaptor. I just saw the side deck. I'm gonna shit my pants. I hate you, Dimax. I don't think Dimax played on Sunday, but I feel that this was a greatly inspired deck. We see 21 Elestrals, but they're all good Elestrals. So this is every good Elestral in the game. Every good Elestral. Every single one of these Elestrals is an offender on the like high top percentage rate. 3 Equilings, 3 Astrabbit, 3 Elichick, 3 Galaxy, 3 Eddie, or 2 Eddie. So we played every good Elestral, 3 Viscerus as well, plus 2 Foamy, 2 Moss Station. So this deck list is literally, let's put every good card in the game into the main deck, and then we'll put in 2 Foamy, 2 Moss Station. And we'll call it a day. That's all this deck list is. This is just every good card in a pile, and it went 4-3. And I think that says a lot about the state of the meta pre-ban list. I will scream at the side deck. The side deck is 2 Leviathan, 3 Zaptor. I don't even know why we're playing 3 Zaptor. Like, yeah, sure, there's Arcolith, but, like, we could just play 1 Zaptor. Like, 5 for the Arcoliths is, like, perfect. There's Barabog in here, which I don't think... Hold on. We need to take a slight derailment because... We're gonna. I need this is in honor of Dimax. We're going to take a slight detour to make a meme. I need to open Photoshop. Here's the thumbnail from the stream. Perfect. Hold please. Because just bear with me, chat. We're going to be cooking. You guys are going to love this. This can be an emote, potentially. Maybe this can be an emote. I need somebody to give me the emote dimensions for YouTube so we know what to make them. Let's take this guy. You know, very... You know... Let's see... Yeah, this seems about right. Let's go. You guys have heard of Barabog, right? Have you guys ever heard of Barabong? We need Barabong. Expeditiously. My color palette. We need our Barabong Cloud strat. There, hold on. I need a new layer for this. One mode, where is this? Multiply. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. We've got Barabong. It's the greatest Celestial of all time. Shoutouts to Barabong. Alright, hold on. I have to go inspect my work in the Barabong. Perfect. Chef's kiss. Mwah. Perfect. It's the greatest Celestial of all time. Shoutouts to Barabong. Shoutouts to Dimax. Water Fire Nexus version. Oh my god. I can't wait for the Barabong Nexus form. That's gonna be awesome.
So you wanna be hardcore?
Hold on. I gotta skip this one. Regrettably, that looks good. For 5 minutes and now it's Barabong time. Yeah, it's the Barabong cloud strat, dude. We have to refer to every Barabong deck from now until the end of time as Barabong. It's the Barabong cloud strat. You guys have heard of the Bong cloud strat in chess? Well, have you ever heard of the Barabong cloud strat? We're not be hitting the Barabong as we speak. Shoutouts 420. Hit the Barabongers, chat. Hold on. How do I add an emote? Law, hold on. I'm gonna send you this picture. See if you can add this as an emote to the channel. Like just midstream. If you can, that's awesome. This is our incentive to become a channel member. Become a channel member, by the way. Because I haven't plugged it enough. Remember to become a channel member, to like the stream, subscribe to the channel. Drop a comment on the stream as well. It does help us out a lot, etc., etc. Became a member. I'm lonely. Yeah, help out Rishadal. Rishadal is our only member right now. Don't let them be lonely. Yeah, I have no more comments on this list other than Barabong. Eruption jump scare again. All right, hold on. Here we go. 4/3 Earth Nexus. We have once again the Lavalith in the main deck. Which we've discussed before. I think if you're gonna play it, may as well main it. List looks pretty solid. No Tsunami again though, but we see the Eruption jump scare again in the side. 2 Owloon for 3 Dense Fog does not feel correct. 2 Cryoblast, 1 Flare Mine, sure. Double Vertilith and double Pandora's Box. I think if we're going to stick with this exact list, we can just move like 1 Owloon into the main Spirit deck, cut one of them, and then like you have space for 2 other cards. We should absolutely be playing Tsunami though. Okay, update from Law. Law is working on Barabong as an emote. So we potentially have Barabong as our first emote ever. Awesome. Awesome. So let's take a look now at 27th place for 3 Earth Nexus. We do see the emergence of the triple Edward main. So this actually looks very similar to me and Josh's deck list. Is this might be Trevor's list, because I know that he had our list. He played something very similar to ours. I don't remember how he placed though. But very, very solid deck list. This gets the Trish stamp of approval because it's almost card for card my main deck and Josh's main deck too. So with that in mind, let's take a look at where it differs. The side deck is a bit different. It sides the extra Zaptors, sides the Floyds, which we didn't do. I got 11th. Oh, okay. This is 1 card off. Yes, the main deck is 1 card off. Side deck is very off though, but same theory. You know, Thunderstorms are here, Boombats are here, which we didn't play. We didn't side extra Zaptors. We didn't side Floy Forest. We didn't side Vertilith. So these are all cards, like, so there's like 8 cards here that we cut, but there's also a lot of cards that we didn't cut. And to be honest, a lot of these are the cards that like were the ones that we sided in, and the other 8 cards were kind of irrelevant anyway. So pretty good list. Good list. No comments. Chef kiss. Ooh, 5-2. This is our first bubbling deck list. 24th place. Very similar. Would you guys believe that once you start getting up in the higher echelons, some trends start to emerge? We have 14 counter runes. 14 counter runes. We have galaxies this time in the main deck. So this one is playing literally every good Elestral. So fun fact. Did you know that this list is literally just doing the Trish theory of what if we just played every Elestral that had a topping percentage in the last month of at least 50%? So I crunched the numbers, and every single one of these Elestrals in the main deck got at least 50% of all top 8 deck lists from the past month main decked 3 of these elestrals. So 50%, like 12 out of 24 played 3 Echo Links in the main. 12 out of 24 played like Viscerus in the main. Like over 20 played Astrabbit and Elechix in the mains. Like over 50 played, or over 12 or more played Eddies in the main. Galaxy, I'm cheating a little bit. 11 out of 24 played Galaxies in the main. But these were all the repeat offenders. And this one just plays all of them in the main. And it went 5-2. The theory tracks. And then it just plays all the good cards. It plays 14 counter runes. It plays Earthquake Laurels. It plays Demeters. You know, like this deck built itself. This deck literally just like mathematically built itself. We see 3 Mudlet in the side. Sure. The Mudlets could have been swapped out with the Galaxies, but I mean, they pulled the theory. They pulled the top cut theory. That's all they did. We do see that there's maybe not enough Earth. That might have been one of the deciding factors for them. Maybe they had too much water. We do see the Floor Mine in the in the main Spirit deck. This is actually a case of where I think I would actually say put this Floor Mine in the side so that you can accommodate more Terratlas, because we're looking a little bit light on the main color, which is Earth. So I think the only real comments I would have here is like maybe just cut like a Zaptor and a Floor Mine to the side deck this time. Like there are times where Siding Spirits is okay. And this I think would be one of them. But they did follow Trish theory, and it did go 5-2. So it followed all of my talking points, and they went 5-2. And that's incredible. God, hold on. Let me just jerk myself off more a little bit. I'm so smart. Oh my God. Oh my God. Play good card at 3. Don't play bad card at 3. Oh, I'm so smart. Barabong is the offer. Oh my God. We have Barabong. Oh my God. Oh my God. Chat. If you become a channel member right now, you too can do a Barabong in chat. Take a look at that. Hold on. Barabong in chat. Hold on. I need to post my creation. How do I post my own creation? How do I post my own creation? I never watch streams on YouTube. I only stream on YouTube. The emote button, with I click. Oh, I have to refresh to do it. Okay. Hold. Ah! Oh my God! Look at that Barabong. Oh my God. Chat, look, it's Barabong. It's an emote. We have Barabong as an emote. Go make Rishadal less lonely via Barabong. Oh, also, the reactions have emerged. Oh my God, can we get some hundreds at the very least? Some hundreds and hearts. If you don't have Barabong, if you don't have the money for it, can we get some hundreds at least? I need some 100 reacts. 100s. 100 for Barabong. 100 Barabongs. 100 Barabongs, chat. Oh my God. Oh, it's party time. It's party time. Shout out to Barabong. Oh my God. I love Barabong. Twitch emote Barabong win? No, Barabong is exclusive to the Caster's Corner. If you see Barabong somewhere else, sue them for copyright infringement. Also, can we just point out real quick that this player played the best card ever printed, Titanostrike. Titanostrike is like probably my favorite card ever. I love Titanostrike. Unfortunately, it's terrible, but it is really awesome. I love Titanostrike so much. All right. Now we have... Oh my God, would you look at that? Oh my God, they played all of the good cards again. Look at this. Oh my God, they bubbled out at 5-2. They went 22nd place. But they played all the good cards in the main. And we see, once again, 13 counter runes. Contract an artist for a Barabong mat? Hell yeah, do it. Law, that's all you, baby. You're in charge of merch. You or Sunny is in charge of merch. I don't care who. But like, hell yeah, Barabong Matt, absolutely. Side Kerbis is so hype. Yeah, Side Kerbis is crazy work. Actually crazy work. Fun fact, did you know if you don't play Kerbis at all, you can still trigger Eddie to ascend and just fail to find? So like, let's say for example you're playing Solar and you have an Eddie on your board and you're playing against an opponent that rock in a hard places you, and you know what your top cards are and you know they're dog shit. You can be like, oh, Eddie effect? Fail to find. I'll shuffle my deck. I love that mechanic. It's awesome. More ways that Solar just has all of the cool interactions in this game. Yeah. All right, look at the Spirit deck. Spirit deck looks good. 11, 4, 5, sure. Good ratio. All the good cards are being played. Fillet Forest, unfortunately, is one of the bad cards, but it's in the main. I do see the Rummagems. I'm a big fan of Rummagem personally, but Josh is not. We do see double Moss in the side. We don't see Mudlet anywhere. Very sad. But we do see the Race to the Tops, but no Olympus. Very interesting. So clearly they were on Race to the Top as like a, oh, if you're going to put Olympus on the board, I'm going to Race to the Top you back. Unfortunately, I think this is kind of the same thing as playing Fillet Forest. You're not resolving race until after they've already raced you, which makes it a bit unfortunate. But we do see all the good cards in this deck. We see Galaxies, Arcoliths, Boombats, one Pandora's Box, crazy work. And then we see one Tectaurus. So some of these random one-of side deck cards are like interesting. I'd be interesting to know why they played only one Pandora's Box and one Tectaurus. This might be like card availability, but all of the theory makes sense. Like the Pandora's Box is like just there for like Argo. Like you see it, you set it, and then if they have it, you flip it. Sure. Tectaurus for the mirror match is like set one theory. And then Moss. Just no Mudlet is kind of sad. Maybe they just don't have Mudlets. So super cool. Congrats to them. 5-2. 19th place, 5-2 Earth Nexus. We have once again we see the Lava in the main. We see, what is this? 10, 13 counter runes. So we see more counter runes, less Filloy, still one Filloy. We do see the Lava in the main, 3 Mudlet, no Edward, so only Mudward. No real Edward, only Mudward. Rummagems, but Rummagem does have a lot of good search targets in this list. League in the side, 2 Dense Fog for 1 Owloon, sure. 3 Cryoblasts for 2 Flormine. You guys know how I feel about that. 2 Vertilith, we've already talked about. Boombat, we've talked about. Galaxy, good card. Yep. All pretty standard. 18th. Let's see. Any spice. Normal. Filloy in the main. Good Spirit deck. Looking at the side deck, we see the Kerbis pop up again. This is now the second 5-2 player that sided one Kerbis for the potential like rock and a hard place matchup. That's so scary. That's so scary. Also the fact that they could just like be on it. Like what if they just side this in against you? And like you have, there's an Echo Links on the board and like they just ascend it into Kerbis randomly. It's like, what the fuck? Earth Water Kerbis? Or like Earth Kerbis? Get him. Under Filloy, it's like an 11. That's terrifying. That's fucking evil. That's so funny. So watch out for that. No Cryoblast is interesting though. We do see the Dense Fog's return. Dense Fog. I wonder if anybody like made top 8 with Dense Fog, because Dense Fog is kind of an underperformer, but theoretically it's good into Earth. Arcoliths, we see this is kind of a common tech. We do see one Zaptor for the Arcoliths. I can get behind that, but we don't see Quackles to back that up. So maybe not as big of a fan. Only one Vertilith here. 2 Pandora's boxes. Sure, for the Argos, like, I can get behind that. Argo and Rock in a Hard Place. I think that's, like, a fine card to side. I thought about siding it, too. Yeah. Cool. Let's take a look at, this is 17th place, 5-2 Earth Nexus. So this is the last Earth Nexus before we get to top 16. So I think any further list would be in top 16. So this has to hurt, being the person who misses top 16 by 1 spot, missing out on the additional prizing. And this is a Rummagem list, so potentially, you know, maybe they hear me talking about how we're not a big fan of Rummagem. They see they got 17th, and then they turn to their good friend Mr. Jim Beam, Mr. Jim Bean to get over this terrible strife that they've encountered. The side deck looks pretty okay. Only 1 Quackle is a little bit unfortunate. I would have wanted 2. 1 Cryoblast in the side. Oh, but 2 are in the main. 2 Dense Fog. Yeah, I mean, a lot of Dense Fogs on this bubble bracket. 2 Thunderstorm. Pretty solid side deck. Nothing really to report there. I prefer my friend Jack. Yeah, Mr. Daniels is also a very good friend. Helps us through these trying times, I would imagine. And then this is 16th place. Who got 16th? Was it Trevor, or did he get 15th? So I don't think this is Trevor, because this is on Lavalith. I got knocked to 16th by Bean and lost tiebreakers because my first opponent went 0-2 drop. No! That's so sad. That's so tragic. 11th. So this is our first top 16. So everyone in top 16 got additional prizing, but top 8 played out top cut. So this is our first like kind of a bubble, but still extra prizing. So congrats to them. I wasn't sure if Law was going to separate these out. I guess we didn't. But we have Lavalith here with what? I literally didn't even touch anything. I just skipped a slide. That's weird. Okay, so we have Lavalith. Floyd's still. We do see the Eddies though, so every good card is still here. We do have the Mudlets for the position control stuff. 1 Moss Station. I think Jess popularized that, but I think the caveat there is like she was playing Rummagem to search for that. Yep, all pretty standard. Just the Floys are here. But we do still see Floy even at the top, at like the higher level. Side deck, we have the, I'll call it the indecisive thing, where we see the 1 Mudlet and the 1 Edward. Maybe one of these could have been a 3 of, like instead of this Moss Station. We see 2 Moss Stations sided. We see 3 Galaxies sided. Sure, all good cards are present in the deck. We do see Mudslide. I think Mudslide was a card that has been discussed as a scrap counter. I'm not a fan of Mudslide, though, over Thunderstorm, just because Mudslide, it feels like they have to have both a Stadium and a face-up rune to get Mudslide value. So I'm not a fan for it, but Josh is already popping off in the chat. Yeah, Mudslide! So shout out to Mudslide. But I think me and Josh cut it just for the more direct removal that Thunderstorm provided. But shout out to Mudslide. But he beat me. He beat my tiebreaker. Wait, I got 8th. Only losses to Trish and MBT. Uh-oh. Well, we'll figure out who actually got 8th later. But yeah, and then we also see the Race to the Tops again. So Race to the Top, huge, reoccurring theme. 15th place, Earth Nexus with Spectre. Oh my god, this is spicy. Hold on. What the hell is this deck list? Josh, I need you to lock in. This is awesome. This is Jade Jade at 15th. That's awesome. Hold on, we got 2 Viscerus. Only 2 Viscerus. Triple Spectaris. All of the good cards. Triple Cryoblast in the main. 3 Demeter. Gloombats in the side. 3 Altars in the side. 3 Forests in the side. 3 Rummagem in the side. 3 Moss Station in the side. I don't know if I love or if I hate this deck list. Third Viz still in the mail? Ah, that makes sense. He was prepping for the ban list. We got the pre-ban list Viscerus. Maybe a data point to consider. Especially because, like, if we look at this specific list of Earth Nexus lost 4 cards total. Or, I guess 6 with the Demeters. I forgot they temp banned this. Or temp hit it. But yeah, and then we sided... I really want to know why we were siding 3 Moss, 3 Rummagem. That's really weird that we sided these. Like, at least as playsets. That's interesting. The Gloombats, I guess, makes sense. This is like the Thunderstorm thing. That's hilarious. I love this card. And I think this is like the only person that's like gotten up to a decent record with Gloombat in their deck because nobody ever plays this card. So that's awesome. 3 Feloy. Not a fan of 3 Feloy, but whatever. And then 3 Altar in the side. I think if you're going to play Altar, you may as well main it. I don't know why we'd side it over anything else, but yeah, seems fine. But the double Flare Mine for triple Cryoblast, that we've discussed that feels wrong. But double Owloon for triple Specterus feels correct because of the Shield of Achilles thing. Probably didn't have cards, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Here we have 14th place, 5-2. This is this Sunny? Or is this just similar to Sunny? Sunny got 13th. I thought, oh, what the hell? I think that this one might be Sunny. This looks like more like Sunny's list. Unless Sunny was on Bloom, in which case I'm smacking him. So it was 11 Earth, 4 Water, 5 Thunder. Sure. Good. I'm 13th. Sunny, I hate you so much. I'll come to your list in a second. Let's see. Is this top cut discussion? No, this is still Earth Nexus discussion. We're not on top cut yet. We're at top 16, but top 16 didn't play out, so that's not top cut. They just received additional pricing. 3 Equilinks, 2 Moss, 2 Mud. I mean, this is just the standard lineup. I think this is card for card the same main deck as me and Josh. I'm curious who this was, actually. I don't know if this was somebody from our testing group or if, like, they just also came to the correct conclusion. Or not correct, but, like, same conclusion. I'm calling it correct, actually. Fuck you. If you played any difference, you're wrong, objectively. And then we have... the side deck, it's 1 extra Zaptor, 1 extra Flare Mine, sure. The extra Zaptor, like the 1 extra Zaptor is fine because they're on the Quackle as well for the Arcolith, so that's fine. Deciding the Rummagems, which I like. This is probably JJ. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think this is JJ, actually. Yep, this is JJ. I remember because he asked about the side deck. Yep, that's right. That's right. I think it is because he sent me his side deck and I was sending him siding patterns like round 2. Like, here, just side these in and out. Yep, I think this is JJ actually. Yeah, the Rummagems I think was a card availability thing, but the theory is that like you can put it in the mirror to like find these guys more often. Boombats, Arcoliths, Thunderstorms. Yeah, standard. This is Sunny's list, which I don't remember if we gave Sunny a deck list or if he just built this. Like, but still pretty solid deck list with the guys. And then Sonny just flies off into left field randomly, playing Blooms, Demeters, and Nectar. Sonny, what the hell, man? You didn't give me one? Sonny, what the hell were you cooking? Why are there Blooms? I guess for the Mudlet? Okay, actually, no, I can get behind that. For the Mudlet, sure. Bloom. Yo, what's up, Joseph? Played Nectar because I wanted to play my promo. I played Nectar because I had the promo and wanted to flex it. The Clash Box promo Nectar. I love you, Sonny. Yeah, that's awesome. I hate your list, but it's awesome. Let's go to Trevor in 11th place. We got 5-2. I think this is literally card for card the main deck that me and Josh played. Oh wait, no, this is card for card me and Josh's list. This is card for card my deck list actually, because the one difference between me and Josh was that Josh played a Mudlet over the third Thunderstorm. So shout outs to Trevor. This is a perfect chef kiss. Mwah, mwah. Nothing wrong. Hell yeah, I played Mudlet. I hate you. I hate you. So for anybody wondering what the side pattern difference is, Josh sides 2 Thunderstorm over 2 Shield and just randomly leaves a Shield. Or like that was like the theory. I think he also just put in Argos randomly again in the mirror sometimes, which I did too, but like didn't draw them. But like I was against Pure Earth. I was putting in 3 Thunderstorm over 3 Shields. And then if I saw them play an Eddy game 1, I would do 2 Thunderstorm, 2 Cryoblast. I would do 3 Shield, 1 Moss Station. But if I didn't see an Edward, I just did Thunderstorms for Shield. So that's why I played 3. Because the Cryoblast just wasn't going to be coming in. So that was the difference there. But shout out to Trevor. The Trish Josh theory are goats. They provided. So this is 3 back-to-back from the testing group. Shout outs to Nimbugs. 9th place, Earth Nexus with Wasp Ivy. Oh, that's so sad. Wasp Ivy almost topped. That's so sad. Wasp Ivy almost topped. Because we were dunking on Wasp Ivy earlier, and it almost topped. It got 9th place. That's awesome. I wonder who this Mad Lab was. So this seems like a very well-built Wasp Ivy. I have to give it that. Because it's basically Earth Nexus, but then it just like jams Wasp Ivy in here over the Equilynxes. But then it sides the Equilynxes so that we can just like pivot into like proper Earth Nexus. Interesting thing to note here is that there's Water Spirits but for the Eddies, but no Tsunami anywhere in this deck. So Tsunami may be a Psyop card. And then we see 2 Lunar Spirit or 2 Solar Spirits for 1 Heliolith. No Golden Fleece anywhere in this deck to protect the Wasp Ivy. Oh, this player was cooking. This player's cooking. Me, Jackals, you're cooking. You are a chef. Why was there no Tsunami? Please explain before I steal your kneecaps. I didn't want to Tsunami my own Wasp. Have you considered not Tsunamiing the Wasp Ivy, though? And just Tsunamiing their cards? Like, have we ever considered, like, you know, against Earth Nexus, we just side out of the Wasp Ivies, put in the Equilynxes, and we put in some Tsunamis, and then we're mirror matching? If you remember just saying, true, but members can BM with the Barabong. We can give this an official Barabong of approval. Or maybe disapproval. We can Barabong on him. Members assemble. I didn't expect so much mirror. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I was expecting a lot of mirrors. I actually played fewer mirrors than I expected. Yeah, 100s if you don't have it, but we need a Barabong, a disapproving Barabong on to Jackals. But also congrats. I'm very sorry that you got 9th. That has to hurt. I'm sorry, dude. But cool deck, super cool. And also shout outs to like actually piloting Wasp Ivy and like doing well with it, because usually this just ends up in like the bottom bin. But this deck was like supposed to be good. So thank you for proving that Wasp Ivy isn't actually dog shit. Maybe we'll see more of this post ban list. Played 6 Thunder in a row. Oh my god, Sunny jumped on the grenade. Speaking of Thunder, we're moving on to Thunder, but I'm moving on to the bathroom. I have to pee so bad. I've been holding it in. But let's discuss. I think that as we saw, the higher we got up, the more like refined we saw the lists get. We saw less indecisiveness, better spirit decks, better side decks, and more of just like card quality. Like just playing the good cards led to better results. Like not trying to tech out too much led to better results, and I think that's pretty standard across the board. Except for me, yeah, Sunny's a madman. Sunny's just good at the game. I don't know what to tell you. Sunny's just the GOAT. But I'm gonna be back. I have to pee. Remember to pee, drink water, like the stream, like the Barabong. I want to see Barabongs in 100s when I get back. All right, we're back. Where are my Barabongs at? Where are my Barabong clouds? I don't see any Barabongs. Thank you for the 100s. I want more Barabongs. More Barabongs than 100s, please. Also, how long has this stream been running so far? Let me see if I can figure that out. How long has the live been going on for? Like an hour and a half. Oh my god. It's been an hour and a half and we haven't even been through a third of the decks. Oh my god, this is gonna be the longest stream ever. Oh my god. You guys need to get your dinner, get a beer or something, lock in, hit the Barabong cloud. Oh my god, that's awesome. That's awesome. Anyway, Thunder, here it is. Oh my god! It's a peak! 03 drop Titana Strike, baby! 03 drop not Barabong. 03 drop Titana Strike. Oh my god! Hell yeah! Best deck ever. Play this guy, I think. That's awesome. We found the best deck. Yeah, we really did. Dude, I'm so upset that Titana Strike is not good. This is like my favorite card ever because it's a Nexus form of the greatest card to ever be nerfed. Titana Stock. I don't know why Titana Stock got nerfed. But like, goddamn. 07 to my GOAT. Five is big. 5 defense is big. Yeah, I love Ceremonial Bell. All right, let's take a look. Oh my god, this man is an absolute mad lad. Holy shit, this is the greatest deck ever. All right, we've won. We won. End the stream right now. Hold on, I'm ending the stream. We don't need to see any melt. This is peak. This is incredible. Actually, just genius deck building. Oh my god. Hold on. 2 Arcolith, 3 Rabbit, 2 Galvenom, 3 Yalton, 2 Quackle, 3 Titano Bong Cloud, 2 Toxion, no Zeus, 1 Race to the Top. This man's a prophet. Or I'm sorry, this caster is a prophet. We don't know who this is. This caster is a prophet. 2 Thunderstorms, 3 Helios Chariot Ride, 1 Rise from the Ashes, 7 total counter runes, or 8 total counter runes, because they're not even siding any. This is peak. This is peak. So also, let's do our dude math. So as you guys know, we have described a theory of real dudes and rune dudes and fake dudes. Ascensions are fake dudes because you can't play them. So they don't like they need another dude to be played over. So they don't count towards your dude math because you know they're not easily playable. Right? So you have to account for that when you're building a deck, and you have to account for that in your dude math. Rune dudes are also not countable as dudes because sure, they're bodies, but they're usually so low statted that you're only playing it for its effect, and it's effectively just like a rune that's a little bit slow. So you can't really count it as a dude because it doesn't have like the ability to like progress game state and stick to the board. So that means that there is in this deck there's only 8 dudes in this deck. So like we count this is, it looks like there's 10, 12, 15, 17. Looks like there's 17. There's only 8 because Galvenom's an Ascension, Arcolith is an Ascension, Quackle is a rune dude, Titanostrike is a rune dude, and so that leaves us with Rabbit, Jolton, and Toxion. And of these, Jolton's Rabbit's a defensive. So we only have 5 elestrals in this deck that come down and actually attack. And I think that is why this deck probably went 0-3. Which is so sad because Elichik is a real dude and it's a side deck. Less guys we play, the more likely Archelaus is live, so now he's a guy. Okay, I'll give that to you, Josh. Unless they play around it, and it's Thunder, so they will. So I think that would be okay theory in any color other than yellow. We can't do that in the yellow deck. Have you considered Titanostrike heal stall? Yes, actually. Well, if I take a Sharpie to the yellow deck and color it blue, oh yeah, then it'll work. That makes sense. I gotta play around Coastalith. Oh, fuck yeah, you're right. Just to guarantee the Titanostrike combo is so good, but also so bad. Everything about this deck is like I'll be mean. This deck is awful. But it's like the best kind of awful. This is peak Barabong Cloud. And they did remember to put Earthquake in the deck, so, you know, good deck. I really don't know why they decided that they only wanted to play 1 Race to the Top in their main, and then side Elegic Zeus. But you know what? I respect them for putting Titanostrike on their deck list at all. And then also the Platypulses inside. And the fucking Imperawatt? Why is there an Imperawatt? This is just incredible. This is just the greatest deck of all time. No comments. That's just peak. Because he plays Frost Spirits? True. Alright, let's take a look at 0-1 drop, 103rd place. Thunder. 2 Eddie, sure. 2 Arcalith, sure. This seems pretty standard lineup. 3 Toxicon is a little bit much, but I get it because it's kind of hard to find like dudes for the yellow deck sometimes. Probably could have just been 3rd Eddie though. I can't wait. Oh my god. If you guys thought that Earth had a lot of like free spirits in the spirit deck, Thunder has even more free spirits, and I swear to God, Thunder players do this all the time, where they just play like an asinine amount of Zaptors. This is 16 Zaptors, and yet we have the audacity to side a Leviathan. You gotta stop with this. My doctor will not be happy. I do not have the blood pressure capabilities to keep seeing shit like this. I don't have the power within me to see Leviathan in the side when we're maining 16 Zaptors and not lose my shit. You gotta stop. You're hurting my heart. But otherwise, though, this list seems like it's pretty decently built. At 0-1 drop, they collected their entry prize and they left. Fair. Take a look at 1-3 drop. Okay, so this player played it out and just lost a bunch. So let's see if anything went wrong in this deck. There is no way this is the second person to play Impair Watt. I saw that there. Let's see if anything went wrong here. Oh, hey, that's a lot of Flurmine. I wonder why there's a lot of Flurmine here. There's an Impair Watt in the side deck. But this person plays Catarant, so I guess that's okay. I can get behind that. You know, because we can just expend these and then Catarant them back, sure. And then we re-enchant and we summon the ancient one. I mean, Impair Watt. Yeah, perfect. 1 Galaxy in main, 1 inside is a little bit awkward. Probably should put those together. 2 Elechic, I'm gonna scream. That should definitely be 3. Like, please play the 3 Elechics. That card is at 1 for a reason now. We have 2 Tsunami on the side, 2 Shield on the side, but 1 Shield in the main. I'm not really sure where this like Tsunami bad psyop came from. Probably Josh. I blame Josh. Yeah. And then Titanic Strike my goat! Oh my god, Titanic Strike! But Titanic Strike justifiably in the side. I think that that's where this card belongs, is in the side deck, if you're going to play it at all. But unfortunately, this card's awful. Let's take a look at 1-1. Sorry, dozed off. What are you blaming me for? Oh, the Tsunami bad psyop, where people just don't play Tsunami, or they only side it. They don't main it at all. Because we see that a lot at like the lower bracket. Like very frequently, people just siding Tsunamis. Okay, let's take a look at this. This is 1-1 Thunder, but this is a Thunder with a high dude count, which is pretty good. I like that. Once again, though, 3rd Toxion probably could be the 3rd Edward, but we all know that Toxion's the most efficient Elestral of all time, so of course we play 3. 1 Thunderstorm in the main deck is deranged. 11 counter runes. Okay, sure. I think that probably where this deck could have switched it up a little bit is probably just cut the Thunderstorm to side and maybe cut a Toxion for 2 like Tsunami in the main. Yeah. I go with that. Spirit deck seems fine. I like that they're not siding spirits. They're playing Galaxies, Boombats, Thunderstorms, Olympus. Yeah, all good cards. They just went 1-1 and they decided, I don't want to play it anymore. They could have played it out, so we don't know how their run would have gone. Thunderlist is now illegal to play. Correct. A lot of decks are illegal to play now. Let's see, we have 88th place, 1-3 Thunder. So this one did play it out and unfortunately had a bad run. Nothing actually looks particularly wrong with their main deck. Again, we see the 3 Toxion. This might be the Swolax Psyop because he main deck 3, I think. We again see 16 Zaptor. That's just so much Zaptor. 2 Flurmines. For the 3 Cryoblast, we've talked about this. The Lavalith we've talked about. We do see Thunderbolt of Zeus, which is interesting, but we don't see Argo. So I wonder what they're cooking with that. And then we see Divine Blessing, which is a card that, like, I think it briefly saw play during the removal meta that, like, existed for, like, a tournament. And that was cool. But I think it's going to see a lot more play in the future with Hurricane now existing. So keep an eye on that. I think that's pretty interesting. Should they have hit the back row? We're going to table all ban list discussions for later. Because we have a lot of deck lists to get through. But there will be an Expend to Draw podcast episode that will be covering the ban list. So keep an eye out for that. So 86th place, we got 1-3 Thunder. So this player also played out. Again, nothing seems okay, wait, hold on. This one's playing Sonicore. Jinzo, good card. We're also main decking Owloons for the Spectruses on the side, sure. We see the Galaxy, the 1-1 split Galaxy is kind of interesting. We see the Curibus in the side, which is something that we did see at the higher level, deciding the 1 Curibus for the Eddies. So that's probably a pretty good, like, tech. But where this went wrong is, like, maybe too many Zeuses, and almost certainly not enough counter runes. There's what, 2, 4, 7, 9 total, where like 12 to 14 is like preferable. So definitely just like too few counter runes. Yeah, just too few counter runes, I think, is the big thing. But the rest of the deck seems fine. Like, all the right cards are here, maybe just in the wrong places. 1-4 Titana Strike. Yes. Oh, Titana Strike, my go. Oh my god, Titana Strike, my go. Oh, I love you so much, Titana Strike. Oh my god. Oh, you went 1-4, my baby. And we see 15 Zaptors this time. Okay, one fewer Zaptor. And we have a sided Terratlas for the Earthquake in the side. I'm gonna scream. Earthquake and Laurels in the side. That's probably what went wrong. Like, just frame 1, I'm gonna call that out as like what probably went wrong. Also 2 Tsunami in the side. Those probably could have replaced 1 Titana Strike and 1 Thunderstorm. Also a Toxion, but we do see Viscerus in the main deck. I do really like Viscerus and Thunder, so hell yeah. 2 Elichic, Prophetic. Yeah, I think again, same comments as we cut all the back row to play Titana Strike. Poor Titana Strike. 1-2 drop. We have Thunder again, 81st place. This looks like a much more standard Thunder, with 2 Gorgon's Gaze. That has to be card availability, right? Like, we're never cutting Gorgon's Gaze. That's 9, 11 counter runes. So better count. Still maybe a little bit low for what this tournament had, like throwing at its players, but it seems like a pretty solid list altogether. But just dropping at 1-2, pretty valid if you lose early, just to drop out and be like, yeah, no, it's not worth it. Yeah, we see the Sonicore again. Nothing too interesting to report. Let's see. Ooh, here we go. We have 2-3 drop Thunder, but this is a spicy Thunder deck that I think Josh will like. Definitely playing too many guys. 21 elestrals is a lot, but it does follow, like with Dude and Rune Math, that the Arcoliths and the Quackles don't really count. So like 21 is actually kind of a fair number. The problem is that this deck is playing 8 counter runes, and I think that's probably why they didn't do well. But I do really love the Foamies and the Galaxies in this deck. So if you watch the MBT deck profile that's on this video or on this channel, the footnote was that Quackle and Toxeon should have been Foamy Galaxy. And the reason for that is that Foamy is actually a really just good card that has a use case that we've seen pop up in Vault Tempest quite a bit, and when we get to the Vault Tempest list, we'll probably see this more often. But I think what's actually the best what's it called? Use for this Foamy is you go play Foamy as a water, they kill it, and then you summon Galaxy as a 5 defender Astrabbit, just a Thunder Enchanted Galaxy in defense, basically an Astrabbit. They can't get over it when they're in the battle phase. They say, okay, they pass to you. You draw, and then you ascend into Arcolith. And then you say, Arcolith, jump scare, and then you attack. Unfortunately, Arcolith has just gone to 1, but that was kind of the theory. And my theory is that Vault Tempest has been performing well over the past month, not because Vault Tempest particularly is like crazy, but because the Foamy into Arcolith jump scare is really strong. And then also having like more ways to do that effectively by, instead of having it be Arcolith, have it be like Griffuse into Vault Tempest, makes that synergy really powerful. And I think that that's probably like the way to play Thunder going forward. And I think that that's a deck that we're going to have to keep an eye on, especially with the recent limitations, because I think that's a really powerful strategy. Taking a look at this side deck, nothing really out of the ordinary here. Josh has the comment that there's no Cryoblast, which, as we discussed, we prefer Cryoblast to race to the top in general because Cryoblast Zeus is crazy. But yeah, that's a check out the MBT video for that. Can you Gorgon's Lava Lift? Yeah. You can. All right, let's take a look at this. We have another Thunder Water here. No Foamies, but we do have Mustation. And Mustation's interesting because Mustation kind of like is effectively Galaxy because it like all the rulings that apply to Galaxy also apply towards Mustation. Like, so all the ruling scenarios you would encounter with Galaxy that makes Galaxy a good card also apply to Mustation. Mustation alongside Galaxy is just crazy. And like, sure, Mustation's a little bit more expensive, but like it fills the same niche. And yeah, like it, cool card. No Foamy is probably a little bit sad, and they're also only playing one Arcolith. But this just seems like Thunder 5s at this point. So cool deck. Probably not enough back row. Only 9 back row doesn't feel like enough. And that's kind of the thing too, is like, and this is part of why the Cryoblast stuff we felt was so good, is that Cryoblast Zeus just clears every Elestral. Like, it kills everything. But then you don't have to play the Olympus, so that means that like now like this 9 counter in deck can be an 11 counter in deck, which is significantly better than playing 9. So yeah, Whale Arrow question mark. Yeah, whale. Can we get some Whale Arrow question marks in the chat? I've been more into collecting at this point. Want to start playing more? This question I found myself asking today. Yeah, there's a lot of ruling questions that come up in Elestrals, but I feel like we need like an Elestrals ruling video. Did Kevin already make that on the Elestronauts channel? I'm not sure. But yeah, it seems good. And then we have heal stall stuff on the side. Just only one Arcolith is sad. Maybe they only own one. But here we go again. We see 61st place 2-3 Thunder with 2 Foamy. We just discussed the Foamy thing, but I think it's good. It seems like a very solid main deck. This actually seems almost identical to the other one that went 2-3. Just their side deck's a little bit different. We see the Cryoblasts here. As we were just talking about, these probably could have been in a main deck and would have been really, really strong. And then we see only 8 counter-ins. So the big reoccurring theme for Thunder so far is people are just not playing enough counter-ins. So here we see the Foamy is making a reappearance again in the side deck. This time with the Galaxies and Mustations again. And then we do see that this list is on 12 counter runes. They did go 3-4, but unfortunately still a negative ratio. No Cryoblast is the only thing that we're missing here. We do see Sonicore on the side. Otherwise, it seems like a pretty well-built list, but I think the foamies should have probably been in main to maybe like facilitate the Arcalyph more frequently. What the fuck is this song? Oh, I'm skipping this one. 3-4 Titanic Strike. Oh, Titanic Strike won 3 games. Oh my god. My fucking throat. Shout out to Titanic Strike. We do see 1 Solar Spirit for the one of Bow of Apollo. I guess Bow of Apollo Arcalyph goes crazy. I would have decided this though, frankly. Let's see, counter runes. We have 9 counter runes, again, very light. Hard to make space with the Titanic Strikes. Yeah. It's just the Titanic Strike coming again. Taking a look at this side deck, though, they are playing Argo, so this is our first Argo that we've seen for Thunder, which I like it, but again, you know, we just need more in the main deck. So, like, we're siding all these counter runes, but unfortunately, it's just getting, you know, by Titanic Strike. Here we have a 53rd 3-3 Thunder, so very neutral Thunder deck. Looks pretty standard. I think we've seen this list before, like this exact list before. So all the comments remain. Not really much to say here. 49th, another 3-3 Thunder. This one's main decking Lavalith, and we see the kind of like the skittling of the Spirit deck, which I do like. So big fan of that. But I think 10 counter runes is a slight improvement, but I think we can still do better. The Cryoblasts, again, could replace the Racetops, because we like that. And then the Tsunamis and stuff. Those can all go into the main. No Titano Strike, so sad Trish noises. But we do see the Quackles moving to side. So, all good things. 29th place needs to be called Does a Bear Scrap in the Woods? Heard. Let me know when we get there. Let's see. This is a 3-4 47th. So this one must have had crazy tiebreakers, because this is a negative list that's placing higher than neutral ratios. And also, this is the most Bong Cloud list that we've seen yet. But it is main decking the Cryoblast, so we do see the Cryoblast thing. We do see Olympus, but Race to the Top is sided. They're on a 14-card Spirit, their side deck. And of their 14-card side deck, 6 of them are Spirits, including 2 extra Zaptor in our Zaptor deck. Please, I'm begging you, stop doing this. Also, just find the spit. Take these Zaptors out. These don't need to be here at all. Put the Earthquake in the main deck and put the Terratluses down here. Take out a Flurmine, for God's sake. And that leaves you with a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 real cards in the side. I hate it here. 45th plays 3-2. Is that Like a Vault? Why is there Like a Vault in this deck? Hold on, what does this do? 6-3 Like a Vault. This Like a Vault gets +2 for each Amp Up in the Underworld. Are we playing Amp Up? No. Okay. When this destroys an opponent's celestial in battle, you can look at the opponent's hand and discard a card. Oh, it's Spark It. Why do I feel like a vault and spark it? Why do I feel like this, like, Gatabolt and Like a Vault got their effects swapped? Huh. Okay. I can kind of get behind this, though. We do see the one foamy. Actually, where's Josh at? Hey, Josh. Josh, where are you at? You want to play Like a Vault on the 14th? Can we build that? Can we queue up with Like a Vault? I can't play on the 14th. Can we build Like a Vault for the 14th? Because that seems hilarious. What if we just built Like a Vault Thunder and just played that for the 14th? That sounds awesome. I would rather play Galvenom. But it looks at the hand. It's like Zephyrog, but yellow. It's yellow Zephyrog. Oh my god. I love this game. I'd rather Icarus attack the board. Nah. Alright, 3-3. Thunder. Titanic Strike! Oh my god! Oh my god, it's Titanic Strike! Oh my god! Let's look. Let's see. 3, 6, 9, 11. Yeah, sure. 11 counter runes. Good cards in the main deck, but again, Quackle dudes. So this is the common theme I think we have in Thunder, is that we play a lot of like fake dudes, like the Quackles. So like Quackle doesn't really count, Arclith doesn't really count. So we play 3, 6, 9, 12 real elestrals, which is like not enough. Also, we cut all of our counter runes. Also, like we're playing these big do nothing cards. So unfortunately, I think that's kind of the reoccurring theme. And when we get to Joseph's list, we'll evaluate and see how that changes. But 3 Titanic Strike, 3 Spectrus in the side. Curibus, we see the Curibus tech popping up again. This is more popular than I thought it would be. 3 Dense Fog, sure. Yeah, I like it. It's solid. Let's see. Oh, first positive Thunder is 4-3, 39th place Thunder. We have 3 Eddy, 3 Galaxy, 2 Arclith, 3 Quackle. So this is the 21 Celestial Thunder. So this one is playing more real Elestrals to compensate for the fact that half their Elestrals are fake. But as we've seen with these 21 dude Elestrals lists, or 21 dude Thunder lists, they only play like 8 counter runes. And yeah, like the 8 counter runes is really unfortunate. So again, the Crowd Blast would help there. They are siding the Crowd Blast though. And then we have the 1 Titanic Strike. Oh my god, Titanic Strike mentioned. Everybody's just like trying the Titanic Strike today because I think this was the first tournament it was legal. Yeah. Everyone saw Just do 1 Kerberos and lost their minds. Yeah, that sounds about right. Let's see. This is a 5-2 Thunder, so this is a bubble out. Oh no, this got top 16 actually. Hold on. So we got a top 16 Thunder. So not top cut, unfortunately, but additional prizing awarded for 1 Lavalith, sure. 3 Eddy, 2 Quackle, so 19 Elestrals, and only 5 of them are fake. But Thunder is the deck that gets away with playing the fake Elestrals. We do see good skittling here. Very good skittling in the Spirit deck. We do see the 3 Cryoblast with the 2 Flare Mine, sure. 3 Dense Fog for 2 Owloon. Not as big of a fan of that. The Resting in the side, also not a big fan of. Thunderstorm in the side, sure. Boombat, fine. No Titano Strike, so L deckless, but good job. 10th place, 5-2 Thunder. This one is playing 19 Elestrals, but it is playing only 4 fake Elestrals, so that's an improvement there. And then it plays 10 counter runes, so that's good. Interesting they're playing 1 Atlantis in the side. Who was the Atlantis Mad Lad from the last premiere? I don't remember who it was. The 2 random Atlantis. It was like in the first place list or something like that. As like the Olympus out. This is mine and Braden's roommate Adrian's. Oh, bet. Okay. We have got Hunter Surge in chat, so congrats on the additional prizing. Sausage. Yeah, it might have been sausage. Oh my god, Titano Strike my goat! Ah! Okay, the important question since you're here in chat. Did you resolve Titano Strike against anybody? And while we await for that answer, I think the only real comment here is no Cryoblast, sad face. But, yeah. No Cryoblast, sad face, but I think the Cryoblast over Race to the Top theory hadn't been, like, out publicly yet, so it makes sense. Losses were to Siding in Titano Strike, and then to deck size in time. I love that one of the losses were because of Titano Strike. It could have been top 8 if not for the funny Titano Strike. For that, hold on. Can we get some 100s and some Barabongs, please? Can we get some Barabong 100s for this, please? Oh my god. Incredible. Incredible. Barabong Titano Strike 100. Shout out to Titano Strike. Alright, and that's all the Thunder Nexuses from Swiss. Moving on to Vault Tempest. Personally, I still consider this kind of like Thunder. Before we move on, though, remember to subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Remember to drop a like on the stream. It does help the stream out. It helps the channel out. Drop a comment, too, if you're feeling so generous. And remember to become a member so that you, too, can Barabog 100. So let's take a look at Vault. We got 03 drop. 112 plays, Vault Tempest. XR, was this your list? You said you did very bad with Vault Tempest. Were you 112 plays bad, or were you worse? This is me? Okay, let's flame you into the sun. Let's see. We got 11 counter-ins. Pretty good. We got the Griff uses. We see Vault Tempest. Honestly, it seems like fine. There's just no what's it called? There's no foamies to set up to give the layup to the Ascensions. So that's probably like the big standout here. Also Arcolith on the side, very sad. I think the big layup is no Cryoblast because Cryoblast theory. But that you can be excused for. The foamies are definitely like I think very good in this deck. Hold on, I gotta switch off this one. The haze are throwing me off. But I think the big thing is more that with Vault Tempest, it's the dude math. So like if we go back to dude theory, that like some dudes are runes and some dudes are just fake. We got 3 fake dudes, 3 rune dudes, which leaves us with 11 dudes total, which is far below the amount that you want to have in a Elestrals deck. So too many fake dudes. I think that's really the biggest problem with playing Vault, and that's why we need the water package. But otherwise, see, like the main deck just seems like it's fine. Like I'm not gonna lie, just seems like a bad run. Side deck maybe could have used work though. Helios is probably not hitting anything. But all the other cards are good. Maybe 2 Pandora's Box. 3 seems excessive. Seems fine. Just seems like a bad beat. I only drew guys the whole time. Oh, that's incredible. Yo! Wait, hold on. 65th place, 2/3 Vol Tempest, featuring Circle the Sky and Argo. Oh, this is the GOAT. We have 11 counter runes, 3 Circle the Skies, 3 Vol Tempest, no Griffuse. Not a fan of that. I think the Griffuses are actually good. 3, 6. Yeah, but it still suffers from the same problem. It's got like, this actually has fewer dudes than XR's list. Because XR had like fundamentally, oh no, it has the same number. It has 11 dudes, technically. 3 Zeus makes sense in Vol Tempest specifically. Looking at the side deck, still no foamies, but there are galaxies. We see the Laurels in the side. Lots of random counter runes in the side, but makes sense. Divine Blessing's kind of cooking. I also like the Owloon. The one Owloon here is actually really spicy because that's just an enchant to Vol Tempest so that they can't Dense Fog you. So I like that. I think if you're like Giga Brain though, you actually side the Owloon. And then you just side it in. Like, you don't need to play any lunar cards, but it's like nobody's main decking Dense Fog, so like, yeah. Let's see. Here we do see the galaxies pop up. No foamies still, unfortunately. 3/3 Vol Tempest. With, oh my god, this is way too much wind. Oh my god. Yeah, I think I see the problem. So this is, they're clearly trying to play like Wind Vol Tempest with Aeolus and like a whole wind lineup, but we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 wind elestrals, but we're playing 3, 6, 9 wind spirits, obviously to finance Aeolus. But here's the problem: you need Thunder for the Vol Tempest to like get on the board, and like the Thunder card, like there's only 5 Thunder Spirits. That's literally only enough to just play 1 Elichick, search Zeus, and play Zeus for like 2 to 3 spirits, ascend Griffuse, and then ascend into Vol Tempest. Like, this is nowhere near enough Thunder. So this needs to be like at least 7 or 8 Thunder minimum. Yeah, I think that's the biggest issue with this deck list. Because like the rest of the main deck seems fine. We did fit in 11 counter runes. We have Laurel's resting, or Laurel's EQ in the main, Ambrose. So that's all well and good. I just think it's the wind splash that kind of threw them off. But this is very close to being a solid list, I think, and they did go 3/3. Earth Nexus got hit. Do you think Lunar Phase could potentially do stuff during the first Moonrise tournament? We'll talk about future towards the end of the stream. But the short answer to that question is no. 50th place, 3/4 Vol Tempest. We have, let's see. This seems like a bit better, but again, it's more fake dudes. It's more like deception because we're playing 19 dudes, but it's 4 fake dudes, 4 rune dudes. So we're back to 11 dudes. It's always 11 dudes. That's always the count with these Vol Tempest lists. No matter what they try and throw in here, they always are coming back to 11. And I think that that's the problem. And that if these had been like Galaxies and Foamies, this might have been like a 4/3 or a 5/2 Vol Tempest. Arcalus inside, Jolton's inside, Race is inside, Cryoblast inside. So all of our removal options in the side. Only 10 counter runes, very sad. Laurel's inside. 2 Nectars. Probably not the play. 2 Circle of the Skies. This is very excessive. Still no Foamies, no Galaxies. Yeah, I think that's the full thoughts. 105th place, that was maining Titanium Strike running 15 count as Thunder Nexus. Probably. We didn't consider Titanium Strike a separate deck. It is just Thunder Nexus with Titanium Strike in it. 3 Vol Tempest. Didn't run a single Nexus card though. Yeah, but fuck you, Wayward. Have you thought about that? Huh? Anyway. Moving on to this list, we see EQ list Thunder, no Earth Spirit Sag. But hold on, let's do our dude count math. We see 1 Eddie in the main deck, Goat. 3, 5, 6. So that means this one played 13 real elestrals and it did better. Improvement, but still 10 counter runes. Thunderstorms in main is a little bit awkward. No Titano strikes, so L. Again, I think that the issue that Thunder keeps having is just playing fake dudes. Like, these are not dudes. These are not dudes. This is not a dude. There's no way to cheat out this Vault Tempest. I think that the way that they're getting Vault Tempest out is they're sticking an Arcalith, and then the next turn they're ascending into Vault Tempest. I think. But also we see the return of Kerberos in the side. So this has been a very popular tech. Rhyceros in the side. Shadows just another Rhyceros. 2 Platypulse. Yar. 4-3 Vault Tempest. Still no foamies. We have not seen anybody on what I would consider to be like a quote-unquote like good / standard Vault Tempest list. So really curious what's up with that. I guess Vault Tempest hasn't been like popularized yet, or at least like the build hasn't been popularized. Okay, so let's see. This is 12 real Elestral, or actually 14 real Elestrals. We went for 3 because there's Sorlets in here, but then we have some other fake Elestrals. There's only 9 counter runes. I think that's probably the repeatable issue. 9 counter runes, not enough real Elestrals. Just kind of wasted deck space. Yeah. And still no foamy. But also shout out P-Ghost. Okay, no foamy. Again, I've done my quick visual scan, but we do see Veritaqua hero. Let's do our fake dude count. This is 2, 3, 5, 6. 6 and 18 gives us 12, so still low dude count. 11 counter runes is decent. So, okay. You know, we still have low dude count, but better counter rune lineup. And still no foamy, but we do see more water spirits, which is cool. I really don't know why no foamies, but this player clearly did very well, so I think that even though I'm not the biggest fan of this list, I think that it probably had a good pilot behind it, and that probably made the difference. That would be my guess. Yep, that's my assessment here. No Cryoblast, sad noise. 5-2, 20th place, Vault Tempest. Still no foamies. This one's on 3 Nog. Oh my god. 3 Nectars with 10 counter runes. Earthquake is sided. Laurels is sided. Eddie is sided. 1 Eddie in the main deck. Oh my god. These Vault Tempest lists are actually like driving me crazy. What in the hell is going on with the Vault Tempest chefs? 3, 6, 1, 4, 5, 7. This is still only 13 real dudes. And plus 3 Nogs. Barabong, yeah, interesting. Barabong, yeah. This feels like a Barabong cloud. This feels like another Barabong cloud. I think something that's interesting is that when people are playing like a boss monster ascension, like they seem to throw out like a lot of the rules when it comes to deck building. And I don't know if you can do that. Having a good time, that's what's going on? Yeah. They are having a good time, and they still did pretty well. So, like, you know, I'm going to attribute this to a good pilot behind this, but this... I would call this, like, a kitchen nightmare, but, like... Gordon Ramsay is the one having a kitchen nightmare, you know what I mean? Is this here for the vibes? Yeah. I kind of feel that. I do think that Vault Tempest is very scary. Unfortunately, I would have wanted to see more foamies from them. because this is not at all how I would build Vol Tempest, but yeah, very, very, very cool. Unfortunately, no Vol Tempest topped, but I would consider these part of the Thunder family. And now we're finally moving out of Thunder and Earth. So if you guys have been here, how long has the stream been going? Like 2 hours, 2.5 hours, something like. Shout out to you guys who have all stayed around. Remember to drop a like on the stream, subscribe, member, Barabong, etc. But we are now out of we're out of what I would call standard elestrals, which are, so we just went through about half of the tournament. That was about 60 deck lists we looked at out of 114. And that was all just Earth and Thunder decks. We are now into the best of the rest. And I don't think like any of these topped. I don't think any of these topped because most of Top Cut was Thunder and Earth. Partly due to sheer representation, but also due to the strength of those decks. But this is where the real cooking is. This is the best part of every single one of these, because this is where the goo is. This is where the techs are, and this is where we can learn how to build a good Elestrals deck that is not called Thunder or Earth. So let's dive in. Adam top with heal. Adam did top with heal. I will argue that it is still the same as all these other decks, though. I will argue it's still the same thing because it plays all the same cards. You'll see that when we get to the deck list. All right. This is wait. I love the, you can tell that Law must have been getting EP because he was working hard. Let me see if I can like scoot over. Cause he labeled this one as Vol Tempest. So this is our secret 9th Vol Tempest. I love Chronodile. So so let's take a look at this. Yeah, so I'm seeing a lot of no Vol Tempest in this Vol Tempest list. Very weird. I wonder why they would do that. But we see 3 Aetheros. 3 Aetheros, sure. 3 Jatagua, sure. 2 Chronodile, 2 Foamy. Foamy! Finally, 3 Eddie, 3 Rabbit, and then 2 Ploopki. So let's add another little amendum to our dude count thing. And why decks like Solar and deck like this don't perform well. You can't count, like, sure, a lot of these are like dudes that have good effects, but when they're all so defensive like this, they're big do-nothings, and they're kind of like rune dudes. So like Quackle's a rune dude because he comes down, he heals, and then he doesn't do anything else for the rest of the game. These guys are rune dudes because they come down. These are like almost like divine dudes. I'll call them divine dudes because they're kind of like rune dudes where you play them down for their effect, but their effect isn't like immediate, except for like maybe Ploopki, and they just kind of sit there and just kind of like glare at the opponent. You got 3 Aetheros, that's a divine dude. 3 Jatagua, that's a divine dude or a rune dude, however you want to look at it. 2 Ploopki, that's kind of a rune divine dude. 3 Rabbit can kind of fall into that category, but I'll count it as a real dude because it's Rabbit. There's like 6 dudes in this deck is what I'm getting at. Yeah. There's like 6 dudes. So I think that's kind of the problem here. This deck is just way too passive. Poseidon is also terrible. So anytime you're playing Poseidon, you really got to compensate either through technical play or by really tight deck building. And unfortunately, I don't think that this worked out. Trident of Poseidon definitely should not be in this deck because it's way too passive. This is a very aggressive card. Let's see. There's only 2, 5, 7 counter runes total. I do think it's entirely possible that this is a player that like is just starting their Elestrals journey though. And they probably just like got a Chronodile starter. Maybe they got a Pharaoh Guy starter with it, and they got some Shattered Stars. Because like if we look at like the cards that they're playing, they're not playing anything too crazy. You know, like they haven't dipped into like the card pool too much. All of these come out of the starter decks and Shattered Stars, so I think that that's probably what's going on here. Yeah, so let's take a look at another Chronodile before we evaluate further. There's an 2 drop Chronodile, no side deck. Let's go. Let's go. This does seem like a quite a bit better built one though, at the very least, because it does have 3 Gaze, 3 Shield, 2 PTA, so that's 8, plus 3 Tsunami, that's 11. It does have Laurels, no Earthquake, sadly. It does have 3 Rabbit. But I think that this might be the same case where they just don't have a lot of cards. They might have bought a couple starter decks, and you know, maybe this player didn't have Shattered Stars, but they had their starter decks. And I think that's usually what happens with Chronodile. Is these guys just come down. So all the same comments. This seems like new player alert. Yeah, I think Chronodile is like the I am just getting into elestrals type deck, because it is probably one of the easiest decks to build. It also kind of makes me want to play Chronodile, so I can like say, hey guys, if you're just getting into elestrals, here's like a better way to build your Chronodile deck, so that maybe you win some more games. So something to keep an eye on. Madge, hi Eros. So 03, this is again, you know, I think we can just kind of skip over it, because all they're pulling from the same card pool, and you can tell that they are, because like it's all the same cards. Like they're playing all the same cards, just in different like variations of them, and they're all like going 0 win. So I think these are all new players. This is a 1-3 Chronodile. Somebody did win. We do see a small Tuga and Necruff. I don't think that those came in the starter deck, so this player definitely constructed this deck themselves. But I think that this might still fall into the same realm, so I'm not gonna like criticize this too heavily. 12 counter runes is good. Tadpuff is awful. Please don't play this card. Cerebral, interesting card, but not very good. Yeah, I think that this is again like a case of like combination of Shattered Stars plus deck list equals this deck. So like this player might have gotten a Cryo Scorch starter deck as well to explain how they got their extra Gorgon's Gazes and stuff, and the small Tuga Necruff. But this all is still like within the world of I bought some starter decks and threw them together. Went back to check. You described my deck as peak, genius, deck building, terrible, and awful. So who's actually winning? I love this midstream fact check on how I described your deck, Wayward. I'm so glad that you were the Titanostrike player that like kicked it all off. I love Titanostrike. That's awesome. We got 2-5. This player played out the whole tournament. Shout outs to this player. Oh my god. See, that's what I love. I love seeing players scrub the fuck out, but play it out the whole ride. That's my favorite. Those are my favorite players ever in any card game. And to resolve the long guy, did you resolve Titanostrike? That's the important question. I'm gonna also put this into the Shattered Stars. This is in the Shattered Stars starter deck bin, I think, because it's all still just the same cards. But we do see that they have Cryoblast, so this person has open product. They have Coastal. Maybe this list was just bad. I don't know. I'm putting it in the starter deck pile. Starter deck pile. I see the what is this? 4 8-card side. Starter deck pile. We did not get through a single Chronodile deck list without it going into the starter deck pile. Resolved it 3 times in 2 matches, but it was not the right play. It was the cool play. Mad respect. I also love that the best placing Chronodile had an 8-card side deck. That tells us everything we need to know about Chronodile. Also, hold on. This is gonna spam like crazy. My keycap came off. Sorry. Anyway, Draking. Wow, look, Draking. 92nd place Draking. I think Draking will be kind of in a similar place to Chronodile, because I think kind of the progression of an Elestrals player is you start with a Chronodile starter and you play Chronodile, and then you put together Draking when you get your Lunar and Shatterstar stuff, and you know, maybe some extra staples, and then you progress into like a meta deck after you're tired of getting cooked. Let's see, we got 6 counter runes. That's not very good. We got 24 Elestrals. That's probably too many. But let's do our subtractions for fake dudes. We got 3 Ascensions, so that puts us to 21. 3 Tad Puff is a mistake, so that puts us to 18, which is about right. So good dude math. 2 Nog, because for some reason water players always play Nectar of the Gods, because oh, but Dratago can heal back too. Have we considered just not doing this though? Because these could have been counter runes. Yeah, and then all the counter runes are on the side. Earthquake side, not a fan of Earthquake side, but yeah. 54 signed up for casuals. Game popping off now. Oh shit. Damn, just adding prizing for like entry really like popped off. That's awesome. Also chat, quick question, which number Arcolith should I get? 26 or 78? I did pick up a I picked up a second Stellar Viscerus and a Stellar Arcolith today, for the because of the ban list. Let's go with 26. Hey, that me? Wait, Lico, is this you? 64th? 2-3 Draking? Hold on. Is this a starter deck bin? This seems better built than starter deck bin. Alright, so now we have to ask, how many Elestrals cards do you own? Possession. Six starters and Lunar Shadow Stars. I knew it! I told you! I fucking knew it! Everyone who plays Draking and Chronodile just owns starter decks and Lunar Shadow Stars. I fucking called it! I'm a genius! I am the smartest caster of all time! It's peak. It's so peak. Yeah. I think that... This is very well built, though, for starter deck bin. But this is starter deck bin. I really want to see if we can get to a positive Draking. Hold on, is this starter deck bin? Hold on, there's Helios in here. And there's a Lavalith. This is not starter deck bin. This player owns cards. Hold. I do like how this spirit deck is laid out at the least. Law, you did a good job organizing this. This satisfies me. 2, 2, 2, 2, 8, 8. No bleed over. There was love and care put into this one. I see that. Let's see. We have 1 Foamy, which is sad. 1 Curibus. Hold on, wait. Let's do our subtractions. So this is 1, 3, 4. 4 out of 18. 14 dudes. That's too few for an aggro deck. Dense Fog in main is cool because we're already playing Lunar Spirits, but on Fortnite, that card not very good. I hate when Josh is right. God damn it, man. And too many Lunars. We've talked about this before with Dragging. Dragging should really only play like 4 Lunar at most. Like 3 to 4 lunar. Everything else should be water because you can always reborn with water. Hit sort and screen capped it. That's awesome. The sort screen cap. The sort did crazy work. Let's see. Let's take a look at this one. No! No! Oh god! Oh no! No, this one cannot be starter deck bin, unfortunately. This is 48th place, 3-4 dragging, spider tank dragging rate record. But I know that this is not a starter deck bin moment because the side deck has a bunch of real cards. Oh no. So this is, again, 14 dudes after subtractions. I do like the dudes. They're all aggressive dudes, which is good. But then we're siding. Hold on, wait. How many counter runes? We have 12 counter runes, which is good. But there's no Earthquake in the main. And there's fucking Poseidon in here. All right. All right, I got to take the glasses off for this one. I got to, like, refresh myself. Can we please put out a public service announcement that people who play the water deck do not need to put Poseidon in their deck just for the odd occasion where Kuribus hits the board? You don't need to do that. You don't need to run Poseidon just so that you can Kuribus pop a card. I promise you don't need to do that. I promise. I promise that things will be okay if you don't resolve Kuribus effect. I promise you. Did you know you can also just pop your own Kuribus to resolve the effect if you really need it? You can just like run out the Kuribus and then just like use it like Boom Bat. Like, I promise you it'll be fine. Please take the Poseidons out of your deck. Poseidon is, I think Poseidon probably is up there in my mind for worst card in Elestrals. Like, just, it is up there on the list for worst card in the Elestrals. Poseidon is literally just Toon World. You just play it and it does nothing. The only thing that I think should play Poseidon is Chronodile and Penterror. What about 15s? Those are the only decks where Poseidon is okay. Poseidon has one niche, and it is vomiting out vanilla 3-drops. And that niche just got hurt because they hit Elechik. Give Spect water so it doesn't get tsunamied and swings for 2. I hate this game. Outside 14 spirits, 15 spirits next tourney. I already have my top. Don't need to prove myself now. You fool. You fool, Sir Tractor. You've already been beaten to the meme by Dimax. Dimax already did that to troll me. He just played Earth, but with he played 14 solar spirits in the side to troll me. And he went O2 drop with Earth Nexus. It was awesome. No, it didn't. Plucky, the deck is fine. The deck is fine, but now instead of playing 6 ways to get to Poseidon, we have to play 4. Deck crippled. So looking at the side deck, I'm already gonna just like jump because we have 3 Terratlas sided for 3 Viscerus, 2 Mudlet, and then the Lavalith stuff. Lavalith, sure, whatever. But we're already on we're on too much Owloon. We could have just cut the Owloons down, put the Terratlases in the main board, and then just cut the Spectruses for the Visceruses. And then you could still side spec if you want it and just side out of Draken for it. I'll follow in his footsteps, 07. Man, are you sure it wasn't a 4 Loco? Like, you are really spinning right now. Holy. All right. 37th place, 4-3 dragging, 30 foamies. Oh my god, foamies. Oh my god, we're back to foamy. Hold on, is this bargain bin? Hold. This might be bargain mint. Is that fucking drops of leaf? Oh my god. So if you guys don't know, there's been like some weird Draking psyop with like drops of leaf Tadpup or Tadpuff, where like I know how this like occurred, but I really don't know how it occurred. You know what I mean? Like I don't know how like this like the water in the community well got poisoned so badly. Like I know where the poison came from, but I just don't know how the poison like got into the water supply. But like, please don't do this. Please don't do this. This is so bad. Please no. Please no. No Tadpuff, no drops of leaf. These cards are very bad. Please. Yo, is that K? What's up, K? Came from Wasp Ivy? It came from hell is where it came from. Please no more. I can't take this. I'm gonna end up on blood pressure medications if you guys keep doing this to me. Please stop putting these bad cards in the deck. I'm begging you. I just want you to do well. Please stop doing it to me. Please. Please. I can't handle it. I'm gonna have a breakdown, dude. Like I'm gonna have a fucking breakdown. We're moving on. Is that Zeus? Why do I do this? This is torture. We shouldn't be allowed to put these deck lists in front of terrorists, man. We shouldn't be able to do this to terrorists. Why can we do this to me? Fuck. Fuck. Why? Okay. Okay. Hold. Barabong will make everything okay. Can we just get some Barabong 100s, please? Positive win rate. Yeah, it does have a positive win rate, though. What did I miss? Josh, my sanity is slipping. It's slipping. It's slipping, Jerry. It's slipping, Jerry. I launch the missile, Jerry. I just can't. Pain. Anyway, I'm just gonna like eat some Nutella with my finger. Don't blame me. I need it. What's the problem, Josh? Don't ask me that question. I know what that means when you ask me that question. One PTA, one Atlantis. Die! No, please don't point out the one PTA, one Atlantis. I can only handle so much. This is what my life has come to. Having meltdowns over children's trading card games and eating Nutella with my finger. Do you just have emergency Nutella on my desk? Uh-huh. You would too if you were in my position, Kay. If you were in my position, you would need emergency Nutella too. I've been through a lot. Let's do our math for subtractions. Let's see, 3, 4, 6. 6 fake elestrals in 22 is 16. Okay, that's a decent beat count. I'll live with that. That's where the compliments end. I'm gonna go back to my Nutella now. Oh, thank God, Fire Nexus. Oh, thank Jesus, we've escaped Draking. Oh. The Draking section of every deck review is always the scariest for me. Barabong, yeah, we need more Barabong clouds. Bro, I'm gonna need to hit the Barabong after all of this shit. Holy fuck. Alright, the pace should pick up now because there's only like 4 Fire Nexus. So we're gonna start flying through these before we hit top cut. I need like a napkin for my emergency Nutella. Fuck. Whatever. Alright, 1-3. Yeah, baby! 1-3 drop! Let's go! 1-3 drop Fire Nexus, baby. That's what I like to see. Is that Infurix? Okay. Infurix? Hold on. That card got nerfed to hell and back. Pretty standard lineup. Only 2 Leo, L. Put this in the main deck, please. This is the good card. 8 counter runes. I think I see the problem. Is that race to the top? You know what? I can get behind that. It's searchable. Sure. Fuck it. Mustache Foamy. Alright, so this is a deck, like, I've been really excited for Foamy for the past, like, half an hour because we've been doing Ascension decks. Foamy should not be in this deck. This is not an Ascension deck. No Foamy in this deck. No Mystic Tomato in this deck. No emergency Nutella, no emergency napkin. You know what, Killen? Alright, hold please. I will not be flamed about my emergency Nutella. Hold. I got the emergency napkins. Are you happy now? I almost tripped over my phone charger, which is not charging, by the way. I should be charging my phone. My phone's on no battery. As per usual. 1,000 unread text messages, 1% battery type shit. Alright. Alright. Let's see. This is weird. Yeah, it is weird. But hell yeah. Anybody who plays fire, they get a pass. I like fire. Fire is probably my favorite color, other than solar. So, I have to break out my second emergency Nutella jar. There's Sluggles in here. Shout out to Sluggle. I'm gonna rate this a bear bong out of 10. Alright. Oh! That's a huge spike. 3-3 is... I was expecting more like Fire Nexus scrub outs. This is a 3-3 Fire Nexus. Hold, please. That's a huge jump. 3 Kinleo. Okay. 2 Nog. Sure. We're not big Nog fans here, but sure. 2 Hefty. Sure. 1 Bow of Apollo's wild. I don't know why people are on that. I would just be on Argo with like necklace and then just search the necklace and hold it in hand as like a bank if you need it. Excuse me, I'm dying. I fuck with the Viscerus in the side. That is like Giga Psycho though. Is the 1 Duralis for 3 Viscers in the side. You know what? I can get behind that. I like psychoisms. 3 Gloombat for 1 Howloon is also psycho. 1 Flare Mine for the 1 Cryoblast is also psycho. That has to be card availability, right? Like that has to be like the Helios Chariot Rides absolutely should have been like Cryoblast and they just don't own them, right? Surely. Eletrals for the Hephaestus seem like OTT, but sure. Only 14 dudes is also scary. 2 Rummikole also definitely feels scary. I'm gonna chalk some of these weird things up to card availability, and just pray that they pull Tsunami soon. Lava Lift counts. Lava Lift does not count. Let's see. 34 is 4-3 Fire Nexus. 2 Kindle, 1 in the side. What the hell, man? This is the second time. Lava always counts. Josh, we're going to be in cage boxing by the end of the month. I swear to God. 2 Leviathans. 3 Eddie in the side. Small Tugas in the side. These probably could have come up to mains. Zeus is interesting. The Elechics. I kind of don't hate that, actually. Like, Elechic Zeus. Like, if they were playing Cryoblast. Because that would, like, further the Kinleo Nexus narrative. But we don't see that. Arcalith, Quackle. Sure. I'm like, Arc always counts. Royal is also always like, oh my God. I will, one of these days, I will be like brain poisoned in the way that Josh is. I'm like getting there, like the lead is getting into my drink, like a little bit, but I'm not fully there yet. One of these days though. Let's see, 10 counter runes, sure. I think this is better built, but still, unfortunately, just not quite there yet. But cool ideas here. 5-2 Fire Nexus. Okay, so we did have a Fire Nexus that bubbled. Let's take a look at this. This build actually looks pretty solid. Let's see. Definitely seems like it took some of the comments that me and Josh had from the previous list into consideration. Let's see. Dude lineup looks pretty similar. These are all real dudes except for Lavalith, which Josh insists is a real dude. So dude count looks good. Counter room lineup seems low though. 3 gays, 2 Argo, 2 PTA. That is so 9 counter runes seems a bit low, unfortunately. Also, I don't like Alter in this deck. It's maybe a little bit better because they have Hephaestus, but I really don't like Alter in this deck. It felt very bad in practice. Hey, that's me. Oh, yo. So congrats on the bubble. I think you're probably the best performing Fire Nexus. And yeah, good job. I think that probably my big comment is probably just more counter runes. Like, so we could have maybe trimmed a Volcanic Forge and maybe the Tunic. Because Tunic I don't think is good because it gets destroyed usually. But you do the burn damage. But we kind of want to keep the spirits around for the Kinleo to Nexus off of. So like maybe switch this either to Necklace or just don't play. It is like an option. And then like it's just so hard. Space is so tight in this deck. But I think really the only things that I can say is like just find space for 2 more counters or so. Never rather have Schiller Tsunami. Yeah, that's how I felt about it too. But yeah, good job. I also like the Baltugas in the side. The Baltuga and Rushman stuff. Definitely a fan of that. Galaxies, good cards. So unfortunate lost on the bubble, but or not lost on the bubble, but bubbled out. But maybe next time. I think this was a solid run. Pen Terror. All right, now here's the fun part. How many of these will be actually Pen Terror and how many of them will be 15s? Let's find out. 1-3 Pen Terror. So this is true Pen Terror because we have three football, 3 football, 1 Twindra, 1 Pent. Sure. We only have 1 rabbit, 2 this might be a starter deck. Now I'm confused. Hold on. 3 gaze, 3 shield, 2 PTA, 3 tsunami. Okay. Now I'm confused. One Eddy, 1 Galaxy, 1 Rabbit, 2 Elegic, 1 Jolt. I'm trying to think if there's like any world where those ratios make sense. I think the answer is no. Yeah, I think the answer is no. But they have Zephyrog in the side, so all is forgiven. 1-3 Pen Terror. This is 3 football, 2 Twindra, and a Pent. 1 rabbit, start over. Yeah, I mean, correct. Like, if you find yourself with less than 3 rabbit in your deck when you're done building your deck, start over. Let's see. We have, what is this? 10 counter runes. Legit Galaxy ratios were for crossout. Oh, that makes sense. That actually makes perfect sense. I forgot about crossout targets. 3 Thunderstorm in main is kind of impressive. I guess the idea is like to clear the way for Pent to come down, but maybe Helios would be better there. Just release a lullaby of obedience for elestrals. Oh my god, that would go so crazy. Lullaby call rabbit. Ah! I know it's in your deck, bozo. Give it to me. Yeah, I think this is high dude count, but for considering subtractions, that's 5 subtractions in 22. That's 17 dudes. That's about right. Or oh, hold on, no, 14 dudes because 3 quackle. Sorry, that explains it. And actually, Nemisail also counts. So it's like 12 dudes. Ooh, yeah, I think we found the problem here. Also, 1 Zeus, but no Elichick to search it. No Aeolus to search any of our guys. We know that they own Aeolus if they own football. This seems like a deck construction issue. Also, there's how many is that? 6 Zaptors in the side. I'm going to end my life. There's no way. All right, we're moving on. 3-2. 42nd place, Pantera. This is triple Aeolus. Okay, we're cooking. Triple football. 1-1 on the Pence. Let's see. 3, 6, 8, 11. Keterins, sure. That's good. Let's do dude count after subtractions. Is 1, 2, 4. So this is like 15 dudes. That's probably okay. This side more dudes, so yeah, that's probably fine. They have Cryoblasts, sure. The side deck seems all right. They might have just lost because they're playing Pen. 4-3 Pen at 30th. Okay. No! No, where are your rabbits? Start over. Start over. Oh, this is also the 1-1-1 Hydrake, Twindra, Pantera list. This might have been Coder. Which one? 42nd or 30th? Is this one? This one's Kevin? 42nd? Yeah, I can see the Kevin ratios in here. Yeah. This is the one that I thought was mostly fine, right? This is Braden's pink Persona sleeves. Yo, Persona sleeves! My goat! Tell him to start over. Where's his ass rabbits? Tell him to start over. Come on, man. We gotta put the rabbits in the deck. I think 3 Aeolia is probably way too much. Jolton for Aeolia is like I get it, but like it's still just too much. Too much field spell. Field spell bad. Also, what's up, Niction? Welcome in. Vault Tempest in the side is crazy. Trying 3 of us spent hours trying to put Rabbit in. Tell him that I have also told him 3 Rabbit or death penalty. His toenails will be ours. Yeah, toenails are ours. Bears! Oh my god, bears! Only 2 people play bears. Let's take a look at this. Oh my god. Bears' worst finish was 3-3? Oh, that's incredible. Bears might actually just be cooking. Hold on. 52nd place, 3-3 Bears. We got 3 Rabbit, 3 Ursicle, 2 Abominursa, 3 Eddie, 3 Ursir, 2 Galaxies, 2 Smalls, a Cruff, triple Don't Poach, 3, 6, 9, 12 counter runes. This seems pretty solid. Seems like a pretty solidly built bear list. 2 Blizzard is... I'm not the biggest fan of Blizzard, but I get it. Yeah, I fuck with this. This is solid. Side deck, we got 1 Spirit for Owloon for 2 Spectrus. Okay, I'll remind the theory. If you're playing a dude, you need N+1 spirits for the dude. So it's usually, spirit math is usually sum equals like total count of rune like colors in the cards. So like 2 Spectrus would be 1 Owloon, because there's 2 total like cards. You round down, so if it was 3, it would still be 1. You round down. But if it's a Lestral and not a rune, you do N+1. So this should be still 2 Owloons to 2 Spectrus, to follow the math. Because what if you get shielded, sad face. And then the 2 Zaptor, we've talked about this before. We don't need this. Especially because it looks like they're overplaying Zaptors in accommodation for the Arcalith Thunderstorm already. Because they're playing 4, but with 3. Yeah, this is weird. Cryoblast on the side also feels weird. But YOLO. Zero Levy for 1 Tsunami, got it. I like doing the number of copies. This one is Ren. Which one? 46th or the one that I thought was pretty solid? These both went 3-3. 52nd? Okay. 46th played a... That's awesome. They played not a 12 card side. They did get the memo. They played a 13 card side. Peak. They played, oh my god, is that Ursaden? Triple Ursaden, Mama Bear, Urseer, or Ursmog, or Smog. Oh my god, this is perfect. Oh my god, they played Mama and Papa Bear. This is true bears. No notes, perfect, perfect. Oh my god, they sided an Astrabbit. Alright, hold on. I want their head on a stick. I want their head on a post. They sided Astrabbit. I want their head on a fucking post. This is the guy that went Ursmog, Urseer, Urseer's Den into Big Bear against Rent. That's incredible. Ursaden won the mirror. Incredible. Frost Nexus. Went from no notes to decapitate this man in 0.5 seconds. Yeah. Put the Astrabbit at 3. Just start there and then finish building your deck. Alright, Frost Nexus. Head on a post. Actually, head on a post, but the one exception to the rule is that every single time Frost tops, there is no Astrabbit in it. I don't know why. Frost is the only exception to the rule where Frost just randomly doesn't play rabbits and they just do fine. I still feel like it's wrong, but like, yeah. Anyway, I wanna cry. This looks like Penterror or not Penterror, more Frost Terraform control, as Josh pointed out. It is almost mono Frost. There's 3 Leviathan in the main Spirit deck for 3 Narpoon, but no Tsunamis. And then we're siding an extra water for the Tsunamis and the Edwards. We're siding 2 Owloon for the 3 Dense Fog. They did not get the memo because they played 12 card side deck. They dropped after round 1. This person's based. I love them. The app turning topping list, I think. It can't be because I think that list played a 15 card side deck. But they might have just copy pasted. Maybe they just copy pasted a deck list and then just like said, I'm gonna collect my stuff and like go. All right, 60 second 2/3 Frost Nexus. This one also did not play Rabbit, but it did find space for Lavalith and EQ. Not too much to say here. An interesting factoid, though, is that the Frost decks all seem pretty well built. This is me? Okay. Alright, Pog, you have been spotted. Why did you not win the tournament? Essay now. Ice Spider OP. Ice Spider is kind of OP. I do fuck with the Ice Spider. I'm curious as to why there's no Cryoblast in the main. was legitimately crazy. Yeah, I think Frostbite's crazy. -5 is a huge drop. Let's see. There's 3, 6, 10 counter runes. A little bit light. No Tsunami anywhere. I think the main notes are like probably play Tsunami, head on a post because no Ass Rabbit. Yeah, it seems fine. Head on a post. Because my brain rot ran out of battery and my stomach took over. Literally made the absolute worst misplays of all times in games 4 and 5. Yeah, I'm blaming the Ass Rabbits. Head on a post. Phosphocell. 2-4 Phosphocell, no side deck. Also, I see almost mono yellow with the other yellow. What are we calling solar spirits like color wise? Like Zaptor is yellow, but solar can't be white because Frost is white. So what color is solar? Fucking beige. Other yellow. I know nothing about Phosphocell. I don't know how to like critique this other than like I see Lumaroos, therefore based. I don't think we should be on Lumaroo because like if it was good here, it would be good. Like we're not playing it for its effect, and if we wanted to play it for the stat line, we wouldn't need to play Solar Spirits. So like it would just be in Thunder naturally. 3 ooh. Only 2 Elechik, Ayaya. 2 Yolton, Ayaya. 2, 3, 6 fake dudes puts us to like 13 dudes. And the funny little bug. What does the funny bug do? They're gold. Oh, yeah, gold actually would be a good one. Monkey is white. No, Monkey is not white. Because Frost is already white. Nexus Thunder is solar. 2 different psychos thought Phosphocell was the play. Hey, Phosphocell is a cool card. I like this card. No side deck. 8 spirit. 8 counter runes. I don't really have too much to say here. Because I don't really know much about Phosphocell, but I think we can, after accounting for subtractions, looking at the lack of counter runes and no side deck, I think that there's just like some fundamentals here that have been missed. Let's go 2-5 Phosphocell. Shout outs to them for playing it out the whole way. This does look better built. Oh, Titano Strike! Oh, it's a Titano Strike deck! I think we found the problem. 3, 5. Alright, hold on. Let's do subtractions. 2, 3, 4. I'm going to count Titano Strike as a subtraction. I'm sorry, Titano Strike. 4. 7. That's the most subtractions I've made so far. This has 10 elestrals in it. And 3 of them are like the larva bug. That's incredible. They're also siding Sprouter, Boombat, Elechik, Sonicore, Zeus. There's no Zeus in the main deck. What is our Nexus bank for this? Oh, obviously the Nexus bank is Bow of Apollo. My bad. There's a lot of solar in here. There's only 5 counter runes. My head hurts. Best deck. Yeah, best deck confirmed. Rhinosect. 1-2 Rhinosect. Huge shout outs to Rhinosect. I might have played against this opponent. I know I played against a Rhinosect. And it was pretty early on, so this could have been my opponent, potentially. If there wasn't that much Rhinosect in the tournament. So this seems pretty well built. 3 Rabbit, good deck. 3 Narpoon. Let's take out our subtractions. That's 2, 5, 6. In 23 still puts us at 17, which is good. So I think that's the big problem with Rhinosect is that you have to subtract. Nectar of the Gods, unfortunately, is not great in this deck. Well, I mean, it is like great because you're playing Crowling, but at what cost? We're only playing 8 counter runes. So that's probably the cost. 3 cryoblast is I wouldn't have played this before playing more counter runes, but you know. I think the big issue here is just lack of counter runes. The rest of the deck seems fine though. Earthquake probably should have been in the main as well. But dude count looks good. 3, 5, frankly, the side deck is a little bit wonky with all the spirits and stuff. The extra Zaptor is probably not necessary. What I do think is the big issue with Rhinosect though is almost brought Crown Rider. I love that deck. I also love this deck. I think that this deck is really good. I think the big issue that this deck has is that if your opponent is good, they can easily play around it. The Rhinosects are actually the worst cards in the Rhinosect deck. Like, the Rhinosect part of the deck is the worst part, because if your opponent knows how to play against Rhinosect, you can never get Rhinosect on the board. Like, they'll just keep like a dude on the field, and then you go, okay, I'll play Rhinymph effect, and then you'll like expend, so you waste your normal, you expend 1, so you pay 2 and waste your normal, and then they just go, okay, I'll Tsunami, pay off of my guy, and then you kill your guy, you kill their Rhinymph, and then they can't summon Rhinosect. But the thing where Rhinosect does well is not everybody knows that you can do that. So like if you encounter players that don't know about that, then like it pops off, or if they don't have it, it pops off. But like if they know about it and they have it, you just die on the spot. So the positioning is very hard with this deck. 4-3 Rhinosect, big jump. Here we see again, ooh, this is a much lower dude count. This one's also playing Shivaroar. 3, 4 subtractions. Can we subtract Crown? Catarant? Yeah. 4, 7, 8 subtractable dudes. This deck was playing 12 elestrals effectively, so that's probably a big reason. Also the runes are kind of wonky here. But still good, 9 good counter runes plus Nog, so it's a little bit easier. Like, you can get away with this a little bit better. Turn up the music. No, I didn't. I think it's just a louder song. I wonder what the Spine Imps were in the side for. I don't know what that was there for. Also, am I seeing this right? Are they main boarding the 2 Terratluses, but they're just not running Earthquake anywhere in this deck? Am I right? Am I seeing this right? There's no Earthquake anywhere in this deck, but we're still maining the 2 Earths, and it's like a smokescreen for Spine Imp? That can't be right. They still went 4-3. I don't know who played this deck, but they're a god. If they like, this looks like this should be like an 0-4 drop deck list, and they went 4-3. So whoever played this is definitely like good at the game. They have potential. Whoever this player is, potential. Scrap, or as I like to call it, bad. And of course, it's 4-3. Scrap is the first Scrap deck. 4-3. Shout out Scrap. So if you haven't seen this deck before, the idea is that you play Equilings, Kinleo, Viscerus, like you just play a bunch of good cards, and then like you Nexus and pop stuff. Is that fucking Magic Ursa? An Ursa deck? What the fuck? This one is mine? Choiced? Hold on. I need Barabog 100s. You're getting Barabog 100s until you explain everything right away. But Cyberball is the picture. I'm not even running it. Oh my god, you're not playing it. Can you please explain the Ursa Den Magic Ursa expeditiously? It's MILF Nexus, but with... Oh my god. Okay. You know what? I can get behind it. All right, so this is a scrapped MILF. All right, 4-3. We got 4-3 scrap at 28th place. And there is no Kinleo. Oh, hey, photosynthesis. Law, stop trying to push that narrative. I'm timing you out for using that username. Or that, not username, but that deck name. Somebody asked me about photosynthesis, or somebody said something about photosynthesis to me in the tournament. I looked at them like they were on drugs. I was like, what do you mean photosynthesis? What the fuck is that? What is a photosynthesis? Photosynthesis is my name? Yeah, I'm timing you out for that too. It's led to confusion. Can't silence me, bitch? I will end the goddamn stream. Don't think I won't. Photosynthesis. Why are we calling it photosynthesis? It's just like solar. This is just scrap, but with like Lustragon and no Kinleo. Why are there Sprouters? Wait. I'm so lost. Who's won attorney? I know it did. I know it did. Because it's solar and earth. I'm dying on this hill. Alright. Solar. Solar! Best deck! Oh, best deck! 0-1. Yes! Best deck! No side deck. Best deck! It's Celestleo, but with Nebuleo, or the middle ascension. This card is terrible. Don't play this. This might just be a starter deck moment. Because this list seems kind of tragic, but every solar list looks kind of tragic, so perfect, no notes. 1-4, my goat! Solar, my goat, 1-4. Size missing 14 Luminate. Oh yeah, here, I'll co-op this as a moment to pitch my new game mechanic for elestrals that I think would actually solve everything with elestrals, and by elestrals I mean solar, and would make this the best game of all time. I think we create a Prince Renathal mechanic in elestrals, which, if you don't know, Prince Renathal is a Hearthstone card. It is a spider tank, so it's just like a 3/4 vanilla. I think on a 4-drop, so it's like a bad spider tank, but it has the effect that if it is in your deck, you can play a 40 card deck and you get an extra like 10 health. And it like leads to people playing like Giga control decks in Hearthstone. I propose that we make a Renathal clause in elestrals where if you play a monocolor spirit deck and forfeit your side deck completely, like, and your side deck is just 15 spirits of the same monocolor, you are allowed to play with a 35 card spirit deck. That is my Renathal proposition. 35 card spirit deck, but you don't get the side and you're locked into monocolor. Thoughts? I see the 100s starting up immediately. 100s Barabog. Ah, 100. 100 Barabog. I think I'm really cooking with that one. Alright, I see the number of spirits in the side deck, so I immediately want their head on a stick. I see 3 Celestleo. I understand where they're coming from with that, but Nar. This player is also playing the 2-drop for Celestleo. I'm so sad. Hold on. They both the only solar decks in this tournament played multiple Celestleo and the Celestleo 2-drop. Solar is fallen so far from grace. I miss Solar. Bring back Drat Summer. That was peak Solar. Yeah, no notes. I love Solar. 1-4 best. It's very telling that the best placing Solar deck is 1 and 4. Water Nexus. Okay, we have 0-1 drop Water Nexus, 1/14th place. Awesome. I feel like this has all the same notes as like the Draken Kerbis decks. Like don't play these. This card doesn't do anything. You don't need it, I promise. Oh my god, is that Lockagon and Majesty? Yo, Pog. Hold on, let's do subtractions. 2, 4, 6, 7, 10. This deck is playing like 5 Elestrals and they're Ass Rabbit and Foamy. And Elichick for Poseidon. We're literally searching Toon World in this deck. And then we sided 4 cards. Bongcloud. Enter for the promo, go home. Yeah, I think that there's definitely some enter for the promo, go home decks that we've stumbled across. Definitely some of that going on. Hef, wait. Yeah, the Hef obviously searches the one of Trident, of course. Bongcloud. Does Solar have a chance? We're saving banlist discussion for the end of the stream and also for the Expense to Draw podcast. So stick around for that. We'll be discussing that towards the end of the stream. Water Nexus 1-2 again, Poseidon. So I think the problem with the Water Nexus decks, I think we can kind of speed through this conversation because all of the stuff I've had to say about Water Nexus applies to all the stuff I said about Kerbis, where it's just like, I promise you do not need to play Toon World. You don't need to make like Water Nexus is just playing like canonical tunes in Elestrals. Like we're building our deck around a big do nothing that just sits there. And then we play a bunch of like do nothing cards. Aepharos is also the biggest scrub bait in the world because like as a lot of Elestral players have learned, card advantage does not matter at all in this game for whatever reason. And this card is like huge scrub bait because if you come from a different card game, you see free action draw card. Broken. It is not broken. It's very bad. So one-offs. So we can speed through this and then we're closing in on Top Cut. Oh my god. How long is the stream been going? Like 3 hours now? 4 hours? How long is the stream? 3.5 hours. Guys, it has been a fucking journey, but we're closing in. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Oh my god. Oh, 3 drop baby Kerbis! Oh my god, wait, it's a Kerbis that didn't play Poseidon. Hold on. This is the best Kerbis list we've seen all day. Hold on. Wait, this is actually like a decently built Kerbis list. They went 0-3 drop. The poor bastard. Wait. Okay, there's a Chronodile inside, but yeah, no, this is definitely poor bastard territory. I think they just had a bad beat. I'm really curious what this one Solar Spirit is for. Oh, it's for Chronodile. Never mind. 108. 0-4 drop Wasp Ivy. Oh my god. Okay, well, we've already discussed Wasp Ivy in previous segments when it was bundled into Earth Nexus. I don't know how this got put into the one-off pile when this is like very clearly like nearly identical to all the other Wasp Ivy decks we looked at. But Wasp Ivy comments. This one plays Golden Fleece though. This is the only one that we saw that played something to protect the Wasp Ivy. And it also did 0-4. No Equilinks. Well, what is this card? Right here. Any thought? I'll take guesses. Anybody in chat know what this card is? And in the main, Law, you put another Wasp Ivy that had Echo Links in the side in the Earth Nexus category. A weird cat? Oh, yeah, I love weird cat. Limited is what it is. Can we get a barabong? Let's get some barabongs. Others added in main. You are incorrect. Check your work. Okay, we literally have the Chronodile starter deck at 106 plate going O2 drop. Link Sipu. Yeah, Link Sipu. Shout out to Link Sipu. This is literally just a Chronodile starter deck. They entered with Chronodile starter and they went O2 drop. We got a Pharaoh Guy starter that placed higher at 97th by going O1 drop. I feel like the starter deck entries were like people just entering to like collect their prizing and go. This is a Imperawatt. What? Okay, this person played out 1-3 with an Imperawatt starter deck. This is my fucking hero. Mistake on Little Sleep for a slide deck. Disgraceful. I know, he should be like hung, drawn, and quartered, right? Like that seems like a fair punishment, right? I think so. Shout out to Imperawatts. Go Cryo Scorch. 1-3 Bronaglow. They probably beat the other star deck. Yeah, probably. Imagine you're playing Earth Nexus though. Like imagine you're one of the people who like went 0-4 with Earth Nexus or something, and you lost to the literal Imperawatt starter deck. That would make my day. 1-3 is Bronaglow. Imperawatt has 2 laurels. Oh, it does have 2 laurels. Worth? Yep. I was a Bronaglow. Okay, Hoop. I'm prepared to flame you into the sun. Since you have identified yourself, let us dunk on you. Titano Strike! Yes! Okay, never mind. You're the best player of all time. I love it. Nope. Perfect. No notes. You played Titano Strike. As we've established before, that is probably what was wrong with your deck. It follows all the same Earth or like Thunder flaws of like not enough counter runes, race to the top, Kring and bad. Titano Strike, Keck W. Bronaglow also Keck W. But I get it. I get doing this for like the Giga Synergy. Yeah, so like let's just do subtractions and I think we'll like find the answer as to why your deck did not perform. You played, it appears 18 elestrals. Let's do subtractions. 1, 3, 6, 9. You played 9 elestrals. That is significantly lower than the number it probably should have been. We also played 8 counter runes, which is also significantly lower than it should have been. I think we found the answer. Bronaglow best deck. Imperial starter deck went 2-4 because that's awesome. So because of the starter deck rules, this is probably the best starter deck you could just blind enter with because it has 2 Astrabbit. It has 3 Quackle, so it's a heal stall deck. It has Galvenom, which is randomly removal. It has 2 Earthquakes in it. And the only thing it's missing is back row. But it also has Spark It. And Zeus. So, like, I fully believe that some, like, poor bastard could have, like, unironically lost to this if they just had a bad enough beat. So, like, that's incredible. I really hope that, like, somebody lost to the fucking starter deck because they got Spark and Zeus turn 1. I really hope that occurred. 2-5 Pharaoh Guy's Reanimator. I don't think it takes a genius for us to see how this did poorly. Because it is playing 0 real cards. It is playing 0 counter runes except for 2 Chains of Prometheus. And let's do our subtractions. It played 3 Pharaoh Guys, so in 18 dudes, so that's 15. But then of these 15s, they're all like rune dudes or like divine dudes as we called them. Like literally none of them are offensive elestrals. So yurt. And then it's all just like giga hard draw for Pharaohgeist. If they stick the Pharaohgeist, they can win, and I think that that's how they did because they won 2 games. But they also lost 5. I think that is the empirical evidence we need that like this style of deck just simply does not work in elestrals at this current moment. Maybe in the future, but this style of deck just simply does not work. 3/4 Galvenom. So this is just, is that Aeromare? Oh, that's wild. Wait, that's Aeromare, but there's no wind. So this is just Aeromare because Aeromare has fucking psychotic stats. This is actually something that I think is like something to be discussed in Thunder. Like they're doing something that's actually like brilliant. Like this is like a 10,000 IQ thing. I was talking about this earlier today actually. Is that if you count up the stats on an Elestral, the average like stat line of like a good Elestral is between 5 and 7. So like Eddie is a 5 total stat, Elichick 5 total stat, Astrabbit 7 total stat, Viscera 7 total stat. Aeromare is fucking 9 total stats. So under Mount Olympus, if you play Thunder Aeromare, it is a 5/6 on a 1-drop. So it's a 5 that crashes over shit that can't lose to Eddie. It's like the only Elestral in that role that like just beats every like 1-drop under a field spell, and it doesn't die to Eddie. Aeromare is definitely something to like watch out for, I think, potentially, because like that card's fucked up. Who's playing for the very first time, both in webcam and in Elestrals? That's awesome, and he went 3/4. I love that. I don't like, apparently, so I read chat, like he didn't have all the cards in time, but like the Aeromare is like probably a substitution, but goddamn is that smart. 3 Visceras in the side definitely should have been in the main deck though. But like for what they were, for their first time playing, this is like pretty solid. I rate this Bong Cloud out of 10. Atlantis Aeromare? Yeah, fuck it. I like it. Aeromare is a vanilla? Yeah, I think Aeromare is the best vanilla in the game. This is the 15s that Law has incorrectly named Wet Terror, and I have begged him repeatedly not to call it this. But this is Sand Sally. The Canary is still in the coal mine. Cool to see that she's still rocking out with the deck. And it seems like the deck has like improved. Like looks like we're on Echo-Link's demeanor now, which is awesome. So following the meta trend. Sent. This is because Sand Sally does not own multiple Penterror. She only owns the one Penterror. So this is just another Penterror that like this is her replacement. Like she never properly enchants it. Like both of these are vanillas, but this is supposed to be a Penterror. But yeah, just good Elestrals plus the guys. 3/4 is still pretty solid for what this deck is. It's a for sure troll deck. Yeah, troll deck, but like well built troll deck. I'm proud to give this the Trish seal of approval because I built the initial version of this deck. Cool to see that Sand Sally's still rocking it. Unfortunately, 3/4 Sag. Maybe I'll play this on like the 14th. Like maybe that's what I'll do for the like the banlist tourney. Maybe I'll show up with the 15s pile. I would probably do it if I hadn't sold Pokeaim my Stellar Penterror. I would probably do it if I didn't give him my my Stellar Pent. But I promised Joey Pokeaim that if the Imperawatts topped, because he was the one win that we needed. If he got the one win and that we made top cut, that he could have the Stellar Penterror, he could buy it off me, and he fucking won. I'm a man of my word, so he has my Penterror now. You did? I did? No, Jai, you did not come up with this deck. Sorry, this was not you. You just randomly put Poseidons into a deck list, and I said, wow, that's terrible. But you want to know what wouldn't be terrible? What if we had a point to this, and we ascended into a 3-drop? Joey's clutch when it matters, just like Iman's. I fucking love Joey. Joey's like one of my favorite people. Like Joey and PK, fucking like being on like a parallel with them. I just gotta like sidetrack. Fucking love those dudes. They're absolute homies. And then like randomly, I found out that we have mutual like friends. Like, because they saw like my friend who was sitting next to me that I built my Nationals deck with for Yu-Gi-Oh! Apparently used to be a Pokemon YouTuber who like grew up with Joey and PK and like was their friend like before they like blew up like way back in the day. And they're like, yo, how do you know Elise? I was like, huh? How do you know Elise? That was a fun moment. That was a good bonding moment. So shout out to those guys. I love them. Let's see, Rise Cravern. Ooh, I heard about this deck in the over the course of the day. People were really scared of this player. This is kind of a cool deck. I don't really like it from like the deck, like just scanning the deck, but like, is that one Ambrosia? Oh my god, the goat. Wirtz sighted. Yo, is that Wirtz? Yo, hi Wirtz. Everybody say hi Wirtz. Can we get a hi Wirtz Bong Cloud? This is the hype deck. Yeah, this is the deck everybody was excited about. This is definitely some psycho deck building, but like I kind of fuck with this. Like the idea I think is that you rise and then you summon one of the healers, you heal up and then you just ascend Cryovern and you just start beating. It's like kind of like heal stall, but then like you beat down with it. And then you have like the Argo shit. I think with a little bit of like refinement, this could be really scary. I actually kind of fuck with this in concept. This is in my brain melted versus. Oh, bet. Yeah, no, I fuck with this. This is a cool deck. This is stream match round 1. I didn't watch like any of the live, like I watched the live stream like in the early morning when they were still having technical difficulties, and then I was like playing all day, so I didn't get to watch much of the stream. Maybe we should have like a watch party stream at some point to like go over it. But yeah, I might skim through it to see like what was on stream, because I want to watch some of these matches back to like see how other people play the game. I think having a full tournament with feature matches, I think that is actually the best thing that's come out of this tournament, is that we had feature matches every round, so we can actually see how other people are playing Elestrals, and then we can get like commentary on it, and then like, you know, we can analyze their games, see where people went wrong, and then like that can increase like the total skill cap of every player that plays Elestrals. Great things are happening in the Elestrals community. This is such a good week for Elestrals. This is 3-4 Cryo Scorch. Go Cryo Scorch. Let's see. Good card spotted. 3-3, 3-3-2. All good cards. Unfortunately 3-4, but that's what happens when you don't put Echo Links in your deck. I think probably the culprits, if I were to guess, are the Gorgon's Gaze, PTA, Cryoblast in main, Atlantis, and yeah, and Pandora's Box. So just not enough back row. But otherwise, good deck. Yeah, those are probably the culprits. Krakatuga. Yo, is that 3 Ash Rabbit? This went 4-3? Krakatuga went 4-3? Oh, that's awesome. 3, 6, 9, 11. 3 eruptions. Let's do our subtractions. That's 2, 3. 3 dudes. Sluggle kind of counts as a dude, but kind of not, so I'll count that as 6. So this played like 12 Elestrals. That's probably the biggest culprit. Is that fucking Humbust in the side? And cracking. Oh, this is an absolute shaft. This is Stellar Kristoff. This deck is an absolute catastrophe, but I love it. And he clearly did like pretty solid with it. Like there's some parts of this deck that are built like very well, and some parts that are like very questionable, but like fuck dude, do I love it. I love Krakatuga. This is one of my favorite cards in the game. So like I'm all here for it. This deck triple eruption, my roommate. That's awesome. Oh, and that's also the last deck before Top Cut. Oh my god. It's been a long fucking journey. Holy fuck. There's only 8 deck lists that remain from this. Boys, girls, casters of all denominations. Are you ready? Oh my god. 8 decks remain. 8 decks remain. Roast me, Papa. Oh, I'll flame you into the sun. I'll flame you into. I can't flame you that hard though, because you actually played very well. I played Subtracted twice, both in Swiss and in Top Cut, and I think that those were the best games of Elestrals I played the entire tournament, like all weekend. So like I can't flame Subtracted too hard, but I'll find a reason to flame him. I also played him on Saturday too, and he was playing Trifernal, and I almost got fucking obliterated into the sun. You're my only losses. Yo, gang gang. Let's go. All right. Top 8, Adam, with heel stall. This was actually my last round of Swiss. So I won against Adam in the last round of Swiss, but they still cut in at 8th. Probably because their tiebreakers were just losing to me and Joseph. So this deck is actually very scary. Unfortunately, Adam had the disprivilege of playing against me and Joseph, who were around Josh when he like initially built the heel stall deck, and we like were doomering on that deck, and we played like a shit ton of heel stall mirrors. So I just unfortunately knew how to play this matchup, and I think that that's why I won. But glad to see that they still top, because it's a very cool deck, very scary deck. Little hours of heel stall. Yeah, I think that there was one day where I forced Josh to play the heel stall mirror with me for like 4 hours straight. It might have been longer than that. It might have been like 6 hours straight. Like, and it was crazy too, because Josh was like winning the mirror with like 12 spirit differentials, and I was like losing my mind. It's like, we're playing the same cards, Josh, every turn. How do you have 12 spirits ahead of me? How does that happen? It was 7 hours of mirrors. Oh, Jesus. And like, I was losing my mind. I think that unlocked something in my head. Like, that was a key defining moment, because playing against this deck is hard. If you don't have good technical play, playing against this deck is so fucking hard. Like, it free wins on people if they misplay against you at all. Because the big thing to watch out for is the archetypes. So one of the things that I did, and that came up in testing, is you kind of have to play rabbit control. Like, you first have to see the rabbit, and then you have to protect the rabbit at all fucking costs, and just only, like, you play rabbit beat down. You, like, every turn you fucking re-enchant the rabbit, and then you beat over them with a big ass rabbit, and just like swing for 3 damage while collecting more cards. Like, that's just the way to play against this deck, and that's what I had to do. Also, if you see Viscerus, you usually win. Like, Viscerus just auto wins this matchup. Did both of our matches too? Yep. That's because the only ways to beat this deck is you have to like protect the rabbit at all costs to just dig for the Viscerus, because if you resolve Viscerus against this deck, you win immediately. What is interesting though, and what made playing against you really scary, is you're actually playing back row. When me and Josh were playing this, there was no back row. So like the Viscerus was actually like giga impactful in that, like back in those days, because the Viscerus was resolving if it came down. But it was very scary against you, because you actually had back row to deal with my shit. And I was like, oh my god. Like, please stop. Because race to the top sucks. Agree! You get it! Didn't you say you drew rabbit every game? Yo, that's incredible. I don't remember them drawing rabbit against me very much. They might have seen it eventually, but they definitely didn't open it against me every game. They expected to draw, I think, every time. If I remember correctly. Or at least once. Except Trish. Oh, okay. Yeah, so cool deck. So the idea here is just that you have a billion spirits, and then you play Viscerus and rabbits, and Arcolith. Like, these are the only Elestrals you need. Everything else just heals. And then Eddies. Yeah. The other thing, the other thing, I'll just give you like the footnote because I just unfortunately like this deck now because of Josh. I think that Adam also could have potentially done better if they were blinding second with this deck, because you were blinding first. This deck's actually even crazier when you just blind second and then you expend to draw and then you set cards. Like, because you get 2 free draws and then like they attack you and then you just heal it all off. It's crazy. And then it also helps you set up the Archelyst too if they try to aggro you. So that's all the comments for this, but like very cool deck, very, very scary deck. Yeah, not really too much to say other than it's just good cards and like a billion spirits. Side deck, not too much to note there. Pretty well built. Fun to play you. Yo, fun to play you too. Thank you for, like, I was scared to play you actually. I didn't want to play against you because that's the scariest matchup for me. But I'm glad that the testing against it paid off. We have top 8 Terviti Thunder. This is a non-Joseph Thunder, but we do see, okay, so this wasn't from the me and Josh lab, but we do see that the other Thunder that topped was maining Cryoblast. So it is also playing Race to the Top because the Race to the Top theory like was not widely spread because we came up with it like 4 hours before the tournament. But it is cool to see that the theory even applied to like decks that we didn't have a hand in. So very cool to see that. Interesting that they didn't play a lot of back row. There's only 8 back row here. I would have wanted more, I think. But I think just having that much removal is probably like the defining factor there. They're also playing boom bats, so that makes sense. Just a lot of removal. I would have wanted more, like maybe more real dudes, more back row, but yeah, I think the Cryoblast is like the main thing to like Pepe point or like soy out at. It's just like, you know, Zeus Cryoblast, crazy combo. So good to see that the theory is carrying over across decks. We have Big Welcome Laura. I think that this is Jess's girlfriend. I think that they built their deck together, and I think this is almost card for card or card for card Jess's list. So they got top 8. So awesome to see that their theory and testing also carried over. So huge. Lost to Laura too. Yeah, I mean, when you live and test with a Yu-Gi-Oh! Worlds competitor, or I don't know if they live together, but I assume that they're in a relationship and they test together and blah blah blah. I would expect that you to be pretty fucking good at the card game. So definitely nothing to be ashamed about losing to Laura. I haven't played against Laura. I don't think I've ever interacted with Laura before in my life, but cool to see they exist and cool to see them top. I'm gonna hold off on making comments until we get to Jess's list because I assume that they're the same. This is Sir Tractor. All right, here's the flame incoming. Flame incoming, flame on. Where's Sir Tractor at? Let's see. So this is about what I would expect, honestly, out of Earth Nexus. This is very, very similar to me and Josh's list too. This is only 2 cards off actually, with 1 Archelyth in the main and 1 Feloy replacing our 3rd Tsunami and then the 3rd Eddie. Interesting that you're playing Eddie actually, because I don't think you ever drew Eddie against me, like ever. Because I sided against you as if you weren't playing Eddie. Also, wait, Laura's in chat. Yo, what's up, Laura? Sad face. Why sad face? Why are you sad face? You topped. You did good. Mudlet spotted. Yeah, so this is like very similar to the Earth deck me and Josh played. So I get a lot of the theory here. What was the difference though is that this was a 6 Thunder for Quackle Archelyth in the side. So this is very popular. Unfortunately, me and Josh weren't the biggest fan of like Archelyth and Thunder because we felt it was too easy to play around it. Like once you knew that like it was there, or like once you suspected it could be there, And you could get that read pretty easily. Like if you saw, like, for example, Quackle, like when I saw Surtractor Quackle me and he healed like 3, I was like, oh, you have to be playing Arcalyph. Like, no surprise there. You have to be on it. And also game 1, I'm like, oh, you've expended a lot of Thunder. You're on Arcalyph. Cool. So, and that can inform gameplay decisions. I also think that because of how Earth is, Earth can just get over the Arcalyph a little bit too easily. And then on top of it too, like, sometimes I just let my opponents get down their Arcalyphs. Like, I play into it on purpose because I have back row live, and it's just like, yeah, okay, I'll Tsunami this. I'll beat over it. It's like 2, but Elestral content. Yeah, fucking love Elestrals content. We need more Elestrals content. I think the side deck is really where this kind of differs from like me and Josh theory. He is playing the Scythe, but no Argo, sadly. So I assume this is for time because I also sided in Scythe against Surtractor in Swiss. Just as a one of, I didn't put an Argo against him. And it ended up coming up where against Surtractor in Swiss, this was the game where I won on cards in deck because Surtractor they went first in time. I think I sent him first. He summoned Rabbit 3 times and set 4 back row against me. And I think I ran out a Water Moss Station and equipped it with a hard drawn Scythe of Demeter, beat over a Rabbit, healed for 1, and then I think he went like double Ambrosia and he went like double Ambro to put us to the same spirit count after the heal, and that was how we got to cards in deck. So Scythe of Demeter for the mirror match in time makes sense. Also because I assume that he probably sided out shield into me in the mirror match, which is a pretty fair assumption I think against Earth. So it makes it a lot safer to put that in the mirror match. Yeah. So GG's. Cool list, but L, no Argo inside. Top 4 Bean Soldier. This is the me and Josh deck. I will once again, like with Laura, I will hold off on talking about it until I get to the first and second place list. Very interesting though, to see the parallels here, that finals was so both me and Jess built our decks with someone else who also made it to top 8, it seems. So half of top 8 was like war of testing groups, which is crazy. Like that to me is just like a fun little factoid that I'm like just now noticing, and like war of the testing groups in the in top 8. Very, very cool to see how that dynamic is playing out. So I'm gonna skip Josh for now. This is another me and Josh deck though, MBT Thunder. We built this deck for Joseph. I don't know how the narrative has become that I built Joseph's deck, because it was definitely me and Josh together building the deck. But it was more like MBT came in the call, asked for a Thunder deck. Nobody would like give him a list, and Josh was like, oh, just play Cryoblast in it. And Joseph was like, what do I do with that? And I was like, here, I'll put it together for you. Like, shared my screen, built the list, and it was just me like putting in cards and being like, Josh, does this look right? He's like, yeah, that looks right. I was like, okay, thanks, Josh. So I'll call it a team effort. But the idea here is that so this is the part of the stream where I drop the race to the top theory that I've been alluding to all stream. Race to the top, fucking dog shit ass card. Dog shit ass card. We didn't play it or Olympus anywhere on this deck list. Yeah, me in my sleepy 1 a.m. state. Yeah, it looks fine. Yeah, literally, if we spent like 10 more minutes on this deck list, he probably would have won the tournament. Not gonna lie, like this deck list was like almost there. It was so close. But like, so the idea with Race to the Top is that like it encourages you. It's a 2-card combo that is like kind of awkward, like you have to have like the right positioning with like the right elestrals because of the conditions on Race to the Top. Playing Olympus feels bad. Like, this doesn't feel great. Everybody's trying to remove your Olympus with stuff like Mudslide, their own like field spell, blah 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 blah. Race to the Top, you know, like you have to draw it, and like if you don't draw the combination, then either part is a brick, so it feels awkward. And then like the only real benefit you get out of it is Jalton for the extra starters. And then we were just sitting there, it's like, what if we just played Cryoblast and Zeus and use that as our Race to the Top combo, where like that kills any Elestral. We don't have to have an Elestral on our board. And individually, Zeus and Cryoblast are both cards that we want to play anyway. So why don't we just do that? And that was the theory, and it clearly worked out for Joseph. It was so funny, because I think the part where the deck got attributed to me is Joseph comes into call after round 2, says, yeah, this deck is dog shit. I'm 2-0 though. And Josh says, oh, well, if it's dog shit, it was all Trish. All Trish's fault. He built the deck, not me. Don't look at me. And so at that point, it became a Trish deck and not a Josh deck, I guess. But that was the idea, is just that this is the better Race to the Top combo. And interesting to see that Race to the Top is the one that got hit on the ban list instead of the Cryoblast, when we already were of the mind that Race to the Top just like wasn't it anyway. And yeah. Well, Zeus getting hurt will hurt this. Yeah, it does hurt this. You're not wrong at all. Zeus getting hurt, getting like reduced effectively from 5 copies to 2 in this deck does hurt this a lot. But I think if we were to rebuild this deck, what we talked about was playing Foamy Galaxy in these 4 slots, or just like Foamy plus like some other good Elestral in these slots. Just because that's like, those are the high quality Elestrals that we've talked about before. Where like, so far we're playing all of the high quality Elestrals except for Equilinx. Equilinx is the only high quality Elestral missing, and Galaxy. But if we put in the Galaxies, that makes it so it's only Equilinx that's missing. And then the Foamy is the theory that we've been running on, is that Foamy is actually just one of the cracked cards in Thunder in general, where you just play Foamy, they kill it, you summon out a Galaxy as basically an Astrabbit, a 2/5 Thunder Elestral that's just a big shitter in the battle phase. They probably can't get over it, and then next turn you draw and you ascend Arcalyph, and now you have Leroy Jenkins and you're just swinging for 1 billion damage. So good card. It puts the layup into Arcalyph, and it also can get you your Eddies or whatever if you don't want to do the layup play. So yeah, that's kind of the theory there. But yeah, these were probably the worst cards in the deck. The Titanic Strikes were funny, but Joseph never sided them in. We didn't give him a side deck, so this was all him. But he just kind of said like, yeah, I'm gonna put in Titanic Strike Thunderstorm, because he came to us saying he wanted to play Titanic Strike. We said just throw it in the side, who cares. Tsunami Shield, these are just the extra copies that aren't in the main. Spectrus, sure. I think you put it in Spectrus because me and Josh were talking about playing Spectrus. And I'll talk about that when we get to my deck list, which I think is next. But that card probably sucked. Probably. And then Boombat it's just Boombat. So yeah, that was the Thunder deck, and this is what I think Thunder probably should have looked like. And it's really interesting to see that the other Thunder deck that topped, if I go back, also main deck the Cryoblast. I don't know if they like had the same theory about Race to the Top bad because they're playing it, but it's cool to see that just the combo led to success. So let me Spec good. All right, Spec was good on paper. It was good on paper. All right, let's get into the me and Josh deck. The profile is already out where we talked about this, but I'll give you guys the summary. So the main deck is nothing like too surprising, but you know, just the standard lineup of all the good Elestrals. So every good Elestral is here, plus 2 Moss, 2 Mud. Moss was probably the worst card in the deck. I slided it out a lot. Josh did too, I think. Mudlet was also like just a worse Eddie. Yeah, I mean, that's what it was there for, to be, is just worse Edward. No Rummagem, though, because Rummagem is slow and has bad stats. For 2-3, like, the problem that Josh described was, like, because I wanted to play Rummagem, and I wanted to play Jolton at varying points during the deck building phase. Because I wanted 8 elestrals that you could play on turn 1 and just have it add a card from deck to hand. I just wanted 8 elestrals that did that, and I didn't care what 8 elestrals they were. I just wanted 8 of them. Josh said no. But maybe Rummagem could have been okay, but like the problem with Rummagem is it's great on turn 1, but like after turn 1, so bad. You don't want to draw that card off the top. And that's where I came to the Jolton conclusion, but we didn't want to fit in Olympus Race to the Top in this deck. So the Spirit deck was 4-4-12, pretty solid breakdown. I think this was the most balanced Spirit deck for Earth that we came up with. A lot of people also played like wonky, like they were either playing like a ton of Zaptors and like 2 Leviathan or 0 Leviathan. And we were just like, all these cards are good. Let's just play 4 of each. Just healthy balance. And I think that's something that was maybe missing from the conversation in some of the underperforming Earth decks, is that this deck really wants a balance of things going right for it. Yeah. Then moving on to the side deck, because this is where it got interesting. We did things very different than a lot of people. So Josh wanted to side Argo really badly because Argo is a jump scare. And it's also the card that we wanted against Thunder Nexus. So the idea was that we put in Argo for Thunder Nexus, and then, you know, if you're the Thunder player, all your dudes are like 5s, you're expecting Foy Force to come down, but like on the next turn, so you go aggressive, you get in your value, and then you walk into like Argo for Necklace, you die. And then it's like, okay, now we come down with Echo Links, we Nexus, pop your Zeus or whatever, or pop your Olympus, and then, you know, now we're just pushing you, and it reverses the tempo in that matchup. And we didn't want Feloy because, one, we talk about the theory where it's like, okay, you play Olympus, like, Feloy sits in your hand until they play Olympus, right? They play Olympus, then they race to the top of you, they beat over your guys because they're all bigger now, and then you play Feloy, you burn yourself for a spirit, you play an Elestral, it gets shielded, and you feel really stupid. And then you take a bunch more damage. So we didn't want for that, but also it was really hard to find space for Argo plus any other cards into the Thunder matchup. So the Argos were there for Thunder. Except against Joseph specifically, we had agreed that if we queued Joseph, we would instead side Thunderstorm Cryoblasts. Which I did side, I just didn't draw them against Joseph when I played him. But the idea was that those would be better into specifically the Joseph build because he's not playing the race at top stuff. So me and Josh are one card different in the side. It's been the Mudlet. For the life of me, I could not explain to you why Josh wanted the Mudlet. Josh said, for the matchups where it's good, which is all of them, when it's better than Moss Station. I don't understand Josh's logic on that, but sure. I think if we were going to play 3 Mudlet, I would have just made the 3rd Mudlet. There was never a point where I wanted a 3rd Mudlet, so Josh is cooking. But like for me, I wanted the 3rd Thunderstorm because if I played against an Earth player and the Earth player did not show me an Edward, I would assume that they would also be probably siding out of a Moss Station or 2 against me, and that would leave me with like no good Cryoblast targets against them. So I just put in 3 Thunderstorm over the shields. Sometimes I'd side Argo against Earth, occasionally. Very rarely though. I think I did it against Jess. I think I only did it against Jess. No, I did it against Josh. I did it against Josh. I did it against maybe Jess. I don't remember though. Yeah, I think I did it against Jess because she was on the race to the top, like Olympus Galaxy stuff. But then against like the me and Josh, like True Mirror, if there was Eddies, it was 2 Thunderstorm, 2 Cryoblast, which Josh deviated from, and then, you know, one day he'll listen. And then for the worst cards in the side deck, so you guys know how I love to yell about like oversighting spirits and like spirits that don't need to be there. The last 4 cards on the side I think were the worst 4 were 2 Spectrus, 2 Owloon, and I hate to admit it, but this was my idea, or at least like the double Owloon was, because I think Josh had 2 Spectrus, 1 Owloon in at some point, and I was like, nah, we gotta play double Owloon. I think I told him it's like Spectrus could be like a good side deck card in this last slot, and then he showed me the ratios, and I was like, no, it's got to go up. The problem is like you would think that we'd play 3 Spectrus, right? If we're committing 2 Owloons. The problem is we don't have 3 dudes to side out. So the Spectruses were supposed to replace Moss Station versus Foamy decks. And so, like, if we see Foamy in, like, a Thunder deck, like, say it's Vol Tempest, Moss Station is supposed to get replaced with Spectrus so that you can get over the Foamy without setting up Arcalyph. That never occurred. I never saw a single Foamy the entire tournament. The only time I put this in was against Heal Stall because I knew that they had Viscerus in their deck, and I didn't want the Viscerus to get out of control. And Moss Station I knew wouldn't be very good in that matchup because it would go to defense and get beat over by a Sluggle. So I was like, I'll switch out for Spectrus, and then I can deal with a Viscerus if it comes up. They never got Viscerus onto the board. I had 2 Spectrus into my hand. I kept waiting for the Viscerus until I had to expend the spirits. And the only thing Spectrus did is I put it on the board with a Water Spirit, and I buffed it with Demeter, and I beat over an Arcalyph for game. So those were the worst cards in the spirit deck, or in the side deck. I think that they were better for Josh, because I think that he actually did encounter this stuff. That it was, like I think that it actually came up for him. So like on paper, but like, yeah, for Eddie over Galaxy, because in theory you can already out everything with Demeter across Mudlet. You don't always have Demeter. And Eddie also cannot get Tsunami'd. Eddie's just a good card. Galaxy is just a generic 5 beater that loses to Gorgon's Gaze in the battle step. The one side note here is that the previous day on Saturday, instead of the Specteruses, I was playing 3 Galaxy in the side. Like, because I was like, the Spectre stuff seems kind of troll. Like, I'll play Galaxy in the side. Like, it was the same main deck and the same side deck, except for it was 3 Galaxy in the side and 1 other card. I don't know. But that was my Saturday deck. I don't remember what it was, but the Galaxies just never came in. I never wanted them. So, oh yeah, it was the 3rd altar or something like that on the side, and it just never came up. So I was like, all right, I'll put in the Spectruses, see if they come up. And they didn't really, but that was the list. It felt very good. But now moving on to the deck that was better, which is the winning deck, the Jess deck list, which did play Galaxy in the main. And I do like the Galaxies because they are just a good beater. I think that there is an argument for our deck where Moss Station could have just been completely replaced with Galaxy. I think that is an argument that you can make. So, like, I don't hate that change. The main difference here, and this is a deck list that's very similar to what I was trying to pill Josh on with, like, the Joltons in the main deck. Because I wanted the extra searchers, right? The extra starters. And like, I had a conversation with Swoleaxe about this before like, I think on like the Thursday before, like last week, like Thursday last week, I was like, yeah, like, I like Jolton, but I only like it if you're playing Race to the Top in like Earth. And that's exactly what we see here. We do see the Jolton Race to the Top stuff working out. So very cool to see that the theory did work out. Yeah, no notes. I mean, that's just very, very strong. Yeah, I mean, good technical play, no notes there. It is a lot of Zaptors, I think, but like playing the extra Thunders makes perfect sense. Like with the Race to the Top stuff, you're gonna need the extra Zaptors. Arcolith, Quackle on the side. I'm still not sold on Arcolith and Earth. But again, I do like the Quackles. Like the Quackle healing is like very strong. So I like it a lot. Can I defend the Race to the Top against all that race hate? No, you're not allowed to defend anything, but you can always drop the theory, of course. Super curious about the race stuff. I think it's just solid. Like it's just good removal. Like I don't think it's bad. Like I like this a lot. But like I also just hate Race to the Top too. Like I like the removal and I always want to put it in the deck, but I hate the card because like it just I never draw it with the Olympus or the Jolton. It just sits in my hand and does nothing all the time. Race is what when playable in Frostball. All right, I'm gonna need an elaboration for that one too. We're gonna need a lot of elaborations. But yeah, I mean, it's super solid. Frostball meta is very different. Frostball meta is weird. We didn't really have enough time in Frostball meta to let it develop. There was like 2 or 3 tournaments total for Frostball. But yeah, I think this is really solid. I think this also plays. This is one thing. This is like the epitome, actually, of the good card theory, where all of these are the cards that had the high top percentages, and Jess's deck literally did the thing that I was talking about, where it plays every single one of them. So like I think on one of the previous streams or in like a I don't remember if it was like a public discussion or like if it was just buried in a Discord somewhere, but like the theoretical best deck that I was talking about was literally just a deck that just takes every card that has like the high top percentage and you just throw them all into a pile and just say go. And it's these cards. It was like the high top cards are Echolinks, Viscerus, Eddie, Galaxy, Astrabbit, Elichick. Like you don't even have to think. You can just put these cards in the deck and you will perform by doing this. And it's very cool to see that like the biggest tournament ever did get taken down by a deck that effectively did that. Like there's probably more thought here than that, but like it is very cool to just see that like you can just do that and do well. Because I think there was another player that did that in Earth somewhere that also bubbled, I think. We'd have to go back. Okay, hold on. We have the just theory. Race is broken versus Thunder. Fully kind of sucks, especially in Earth Mirrors. Retweet. So Misenchanted Olympus is the same thing. Yep. You heard that. Gives you Bankrust, enables Race for free if wanted. That's what I figured playing for. I know Olympus needs to be properly enchanted for Race before I get called out. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's perfectly reasonable, and that's exactly the same reasons that like I liked it and pitched it to Josh. I think that we just like, and by we I mean Josh pilled me that no, we're not doing that for the extra dudes. Yeah. I think the difference is just Josh said no. But I get it. I think it's solid. I also liked having the extra counter runes though. That was the big thing for me on why I didn't want to do this, is that for me I had like the same deck in my head, but like I don't think I had the galaxies in my head because I had like 2 tsunamis in here. It was basically the same idea. But like the only thing I don't like about Jolton, like the only thing I dislike about this package is that it puts you on 11 counter runes rather than like anything higher, and I don't trust myself to draw enough counter runes, which is exactly like what we saw in the finals. I saw like no counter runes, and I was playing 14. So like, I want even more counter runes. Give me more counter runes. No tsunamis in main. Yeah, I think that's the trade-off. Like, that is literally the trade-off that me and Josh made, is like, we sacrificed the extra starters and the removal for the extra counter runes. I wanted to do the middle ground between these two ideas, and then take like this deck list and replace Moss Station with the Rummagems, so that it was still a count of 8 starters. That's what I wanted to do. That was my difference. But then that's one less beater. So not really sure how that would have played out. But very good stuff. With Heal Stall, just play every counter rune. Yeah. I think the thing that we can take away is that every single one of these top 8 decks is implementing a lot of the things that we've discussed on the channel, like theory-wise. And like, it doesn't matter where they got that theory from. It's just showing that like the theory is working. I think that as a community, Elestrals is like, we are figuring out which cards are good, and we're figuring out how to build certain decks, and decks that follow the like certain deck building principles fundamentally do better every time. And like, there's always a clear distinction between the decks in the lower like placing tiers and the ones in the higher ones, because the higher placing tiers always follow the rules, and like the lower ones, like sometimes they do, but not always. Often they don't. And I think that is the thing that we have been learning, is that like, you want to play a high counter rune count, you have to play your rabbits, you have to play your starters, you have to play the high top cards, like your high tempo cards, and you can't like cut the staples. You need like a solid spirit split, because like even Jess's spirit split is really good. Oh Jesus, hold on, it's gonna do the thing again. Jess's spirit split is very, very good, because we have the four Leviathan, which is the same number that me and Josh came to for 3 Eddy, 3 Tsunami. That's the same for 2/2/2, so that's 6 to 4. 6 to 4 felt good, because water is the one spirit that you can go up on, because you can just run out like an Elechick as a water and just beat with it, right? So that felt good. And then it's just a even split between 8/8 Taratla Zaptor and the, you know, like, we're playing only 6 Earth Elestrals and like 8 Thunder Elestrals, but we still want more Taratlases because we're playing the Demeters. So makes perfect sense. And then we have the Archelaus and the Quackles on the sides to kind of pivot to more of a Thunder strategy while keeping the Earth stuff, the Earth good stuff. Just all good stuff, man. I fucking love this game. This game is the best deck building game like that I've played in like so long. I just love yapping about it. And with that, we are finally through 114 decks. We've seen a lot of decks. I think we've come to the same conclusions which we always do, which is that, you know, the theories are holding. And now is the part where I guess we get to talk about the ban list. So let me go grab the ban list actually. Now are you ready to do an hour-long recording? Of course, always. But we have to talk about the ban list first. So this is the kind of the preamble to the ban list. So here are the changes. Here's the new ban list effective from December 14th. So in about 2 weeks. We got Echolinks to 1, Pharaohgeist to 1. This is a pre-hit for Moonrise meta. If you haven't started testing that, you will quickly find out why this is at 1. This card realistically should have been sent to Tartarus expeditiously, which is so funny because it hasn't done anything like tournament wise, but that card needs to go. That card is very scary. Very, very, very scary. But I think sending it to 1 is like a fair place, because it kind of alters the way that you can run the Pharaohgeist decks in Moonrise, where it has to be more like committed to Pharaohgeist. So if you don't know, like, Lunar Phase Full Moon is a card that I think they printed with like an idea for how it should work in mind, and what it really does is says summon Pharaohgeist. in like any deck, and that was a bit of a problem. So that was something to keep an eye on. So I'm glad that they addressed that early. Arcolith to 1, that one's a bit sketchy. Like Arcolith and Race to 1. I'm not really sure these needed to get hit. Like I'm of the mind that like Race was like, I mean, like I've been on my race hate all night. But like I get it. It's like Earthquake. Like all the removal spells are at 1. Weird. Crowd Blast will soon join them probably. You know, I think removal is just very strong in this game, so it makes sense. Arcolith to 1. I mean, Leroy Jenkins is very strong, so sure, putting it to 1 is good. 2 Viscerus is interesting. This is like malicious. We've semi-limited it because it's the 3rd Vis that gets you. I still think that Viscerus probably should have gone to 1 to just like not have Viscerus around, because Viscerus is so fucking strong. Like it's so fucking strong. But I think 2 is a good place to start with it, and just see how it plays out. And then they've done something interesting. They've temporarily limited Demeter and Zeus. I think that this is not only a very good hit, but also a very good precedent that like Divines are not immune from the ban list. And I think that these cards are like the core issue with like what I would call like the good card problem, where certain cards are just like outcompeted by like other strategies. So like Demeter and Zeus are like the only good Divines because they're the only ones that modify stats and like have board impact. All the others are kind of like high concept type stuff, like Search, like Foretell, Nexus, you know, like they're all more high concept Divines. These ones are just raw like stat modification and like pretty swingy stat modifications at that. So limiting Elechick plus limiting the Divines themselves will have a huge impact, I think, on the metagame for December 14th. But this is a temporary limit, and it seems like these will be put back to 3 when Moonrise comes out. I think that will become a problem once again if that is the case, because from Moonrise testing, I have kind of come to the conclusion, like pre-ban list, but even probably still post-ban list, that Earth is still the best deck, by like a lot. Like by a lot. Simply because stuff like Demeter and Zeus are just too oppressive. It's just too hard to deal with anything when you're trying to play like a cool fun deck. Like, I don't know, I use Winjin kind of as my litmus, because I think Winjin is one of the new like deck archetypes that is like a thing in Moonrise, but is also like viable and like really strong. And that deck just cannot compete. Like, it cannot keep up with the current decks that we have. Not even because that what it's doing is like on a different axis or power scale, but it's like you have to cut these great cards like Equilinx, Viscerus, Elechick, you know, like people are even saying that there's not space for Rabbit, stuff like that. You know, like, why would I ever take those broken cards out of my deck to do something different? Because then I'm handicapping myself. Whatever I'm doing needs to be better than like playing a Rabbit, and for me to take Rabbit out of my deck. And if I take Rabbit out of the deck, like, I gotta be doing something really oppressive. And unfortunately, whatever we're getting is not oppressive enough to make me want to take Rabbit out of the deck. So now I have to find space for all of these cards. And it's a really, like, without limiting all of these cards, it's a really tall order to ask new decks to find space for, like, 12 to 15 of these established good cards, plus a new, like, theme of elestrals, like, plus new, like, good elestrals on top of it. And play your like 12 to 14 counter runes, and play your Ambrosias, and play your Resting, and play your Earthquake. You really only have like 5 like flex spots in your deck at that point. So I think these limits actually do a really good thing of like without removing certain cards from the game entirely, they're just saying like, okay, these cards can exist, but like you only get one, which is a much easier ask. So like if everyone can make space for like 5 power cards, then like you have 10 or 15 other slots to like find your flavor and like theme of your deck, which I think is a much healthier place to be in. And that's kind of what I'm like thinking, and hopefully that this will do it. I'm not sure if they hit enough cards though, because I think that there's still too many good cards. Unfortunately, I can't get up the deck builder onto my main screen with how Law has programmed the deck builder, because it always sends it to like my auxiliary monitor. I can't move the window. But like we could just, so let's just go here. Let's just go back to let's use either like me or Jess. Like we'll use both me and Jess's deck as like the example, because they're kind of like the same deck, like in different flavors, right? So under the new ban list, we have lost 2 Demeter. We've lost 2 copies of, or 1 total copy of Demeter from this deck list. We've lost 2 total copies of Elichick, 1 total copy of Viserys, and 2 copies of Equinox, right? So we can take out 2, 4, 5, 6 cards from this deck, leave all of the same cards here, and then we could go over to Jess's deck, and it's like, okay, I need 6 cards. Let me look at Jess's deck. Yeah, I can take these galaxies, so let me take these 2 galaxies. 2 Olympus seem pretty good. Oh, yeah, a race to the top. Yeah, that's pretty good. A Jolton. Yeah, sure. I'll just throw these over in here. Oh, look, I have a deck again. Like, we could literally just take the card differences between me and Jess's list and come to a brand new deck list that is still probably capable of winning tournaments under this new ban list, because not enough cards were hit. Like, in an ideal world for me, I think we would have needed to hit, like, Eddie to 1, which I don't want to do because I love Eddie. I feel like Eddie should be spared. But, like, Eddie to 1, Rabbit to 1, like, Galaxy to 1, and there's a few other cards I think you have to hit to 1, just because, like, not even because these cards are necessarily problems, but because the cards that we're getting in, like, Moonrise, and also the cards that we have gotten in Daybreak and Frostfall, just do not replace these cards. And so we're in, like, year 2-ish of Elestrals if you, like, start from Prototype. So, like, if you've been playing since, like, the start of Prototype with base set, you have been basically able to take this exact deck list that is on the screen, like, if you had put it together, and you would have basically been able to play this deck for the last 2 years straight, and it is still winning tournaments. And I think that that is, like, kind of the core issue, is just that the new cards that we have gotten aren't significantly impacting the game enough to where I think we need to just, like, hit certain cards so that other cards can thrive. And, like, it's not even like these cards are overpowered, they shouldn't see the light of day, blah, 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 blah. It's like, they're almost in, like, time out until we get, like, better cards that, like, are on their power level, if that makes sense. And I think that there's the other issue of redundancy in card effects. So, for example, Eddie and Mudlet are an example of this, where, like, say you do hit Eddie, you can just replace those lost copies of Eddies in your decks with Mudlets, and Mudlet is still just, like, a bad Eddie, effectively. Like, that's all it is. It's just Eddie, but worse. And, like, let's hit Sorlet, or not Sorlet, but Mudlet too. Okay, well, we have Sorlet now. So there's 3 separate cards that all fill this exact same niche of, like, being an offensive Elestral that switches the position of an opponent's Elestral. They all have a little, like, quirk to them, like Eddie can't get Tsunami. Sorlet is a 5. Mudlet is a receive. You know, they all have their little quirk, but they all fill the same role. And it makes it really hard, and I think it requires these, like, really aggressive lists, potentially, where, like, you have to hit a bunch of cards that you, like, maybe don't want to hit, just because, like, there's too much roll compression right now, or not even, like, roll compression, there's, like, roll surplus. And that I think is like the key issue that I see. Earth has gotten minimal support, so it's not unreasonable to see it run so much base set. I think that that's the wrong way of thinking about this, because this isn't Earth for the sake of playing Earth. This is just playing the cards that are good in the game because they are good cards, and they just so happen to have more green cards than other color. But like, if you look at Jess, fundamentally, what is the difference between these two decks? Nothing. Fundamentally nothing, really. But like, Earth, like, we're both calling these Earth, but like, Jess's deck plays 8 Zaptors and like Joltons and Race to the Tops. But fundamentally, it's no different than playing the Earth Nexus deck that I played, because it's just a small slight flavoring. It plays all the same staple cards, and like, you can call those staple cards Earth cards, but they're not really Earth cards. They're just good cards. And I think that that's something that we have to keep in mind, is that it's very hard to form like class identities or deck identities, because you can just play piles of good cards and like, they create an identity, but that identity is kind of fake, and it leads to a lot of sameness. So what I would want to see is like more like pushing of like these kind of themes, because I think that's what we've seen in like the expansions, is that like the expansions have very like synergy theme type stuff going on, and like, unfortunately, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work in comparison to the other cards. So I think that we just need to make room for these other cards. That's my theory. But we'll save more of that for Expend to Draw. As for what I think would be good in the next set, unfortunately, I think it's still this deck. Like, this is still the best deck in Moonrise, even after the ban list. Because you just play 1 Demeter, 1 Zeus. You still play your 1 Echolinks, sure. Like, it's searchable. You can just play Rummagem for it if you want it that bad. Or you can just draw into it. You can play Galaxies. You can play Joltons. You know, you can just play all those cards. And there's just nothing in the new sets that are better than this. Like, unfortunately. Because every time that they put in cards that are not these cards, they're making a sacrifice. And that's kind of where I'm at, deck building wise. Also, the fun fact is that most decks I've found do not have space to play Hurricane. This deck does have space to play Hurricane. Hurricane's a very broken card. So that just makes this deck even crazier, is because this deck already just has the space, because it's just good stuff turbo. So like, it just puts in Hurricanes, and everything else is struggling to play Hurricane as it is. So Yar. That's the theory. Would you run Earthquake and Moonrise? Absolutely. You never cut Earthquake. There's fundamentally cards you just cannot cut, and that's kind of what I'm saying. Is like Astrabbit. You cannot cut that card under any circumstance. If you have cut Astrabbit at all from your deck list, start over. You did something wrong. You were not trying hard enough. Like, you need at least like 11 counter runes, like minimum, in your deck. So that's 14 cards already. 3 Eddie is like soft mandatory. It's like not truly mandatory, but like Eddie's so good that you're gonna want to play it. So that puts you up to like 17, like somewhere between like 16, 17 cards. 3 Ambro takes you to like 19, 20. EQ Laurels takes you to like somewhere between 20 and 22. So you have, you know, like 22 cards, and then you have flavor spots, right? And you just like, in those flavor spots, realistically, it just comes down to what are the next 18 best cards in the game. Hurricane is links 2 through 4. Yeah, exactly. Same thing with Thunderstorm. Like, all these cards are just like, and like, that's what makes Echo Links good, is it's just Thunderstorm on a body. Like, that's all it is. So, you know, it's not really like we're playing Echo Links because we're playing Earth. We're playing Echo Links because we play Thunderstorm. I don't think the Solar deck changes at all. Solar definitely changes, actually. Solar changes a lot, I think, in Moonrise, and that's why I'm excited for Moonrise. But it's still bad. Where it is in like the tiering, I don't think changes, at least for the time being. How's it going? How much money do I need to send you for making Solar? Best deck with the ban list. I don't know. I'll be trying. I'll probably queue up with it, you know. Like, I think I've stood on business where I was like, yeah, I could probably, I think it was like the last time we did one of these. I think I said, yeah, I could probably just show up with Earth and like top, but I've just been like in the solar think tank for like so long. And I want more tournaments so that like occasionally I can play a good deck. I play good deck, I get second. I think I can go back to playing fucking solar now. Like I can go back to playing solar. Do cool stuff after BL. Yeah, I think that's the thing is that I think that you've kind of hit the nail on the head is that there's so many decks in Elestrals that can do cool stuff. There's like so many cool deck concepts because like this is a great deck building game. Like there's so many cool decks you can play. The problem is that if you want to do well, you are very much incentivized to not do that. So, thoughts on position control? I think that deck's really good. Because me and Josh were like jokingly calling our Earth deck position control. Because we just played eddies and mudlets. And that's all it was. It's just eddies and mudlets. They're basically torpedoes. They come down, they kill something, blah, blah, blah. And so I think position control is really good. And I think that that's also the other potential... I don't know if I'd call it an issue, but like the thing that comes about when we start hitting cards is that there's a long list of cards that are like really high card quality that before these like concept decks can kind of like grab hold, where it's like fives is a thing, position control is a thing, just like taking efficient trades is just like one of the best things you can be doing in Elestrals. And like every card that is like before we can get to a deck like Winjin and have Winjin win a tournament, you gotta fight through so much like good stuff. We need more Airmares and Barn Dun fixed. Yeah, more or less. We need cards like Airmare. You're right. Like cards that you know have like cool little effects that are not specifically tempo related, because I think so many there's just too many cards in Elestrals that have tempo effects. Equilinx is a tempo effect. Eddy is a tempo effect. Moss Station is kind of a tempo card because it kills something. Mudlet's a tempo. Viserys is a tempo. Rabbit and Elichick are just starters, and then all the counter runes are just tempo breaks. So this whole deck is just tempo and tempo breaks. But like, if you want to play something like Solar, you're playing stuff that it's like advantage, like searchers, setups, pops, you know, like stall, stuff like that. Even something like Armadon is like really cool, but like Armadon in testing apparently isn't even testing that well when we were really excited about it in our testing group. And it's just because like you're just playing all the good cards, but like worse, and it's so sad. It's so sad. Lumaru is the best tempo card in the game? Correct. Objective fact. Objective fact. Lumaru is also the best card in the game, period. But yeah, I think that that's just kind of how it is. Like everything has a tempo effect, and I think I would just want to see more diversity in the cards. And I think the best answer to all these like issues would be just to get more cards. But the problem is that like we just have to wait so long because we know the cards that we're getting, and we know that the cards that we're getting don't fix any of these problems. I think that's just kind of an unfortunate side effect of sets 1 through 4 being developed like before competitive play was a thing, and not having the data to back up these sets. So hopefully sets 5 and 6 get a lot better. But yeah, I have hope. Like I'm not dooming on any of this. I just think that it's like, how do we like assess this situation like that we find ourselves in? And unfortunately, I think the answer might just be we just might have to like drop giga bombs on like base set until like the expansion cards are better than the base set options. And I think that is like the reality we might just be in, unfortunately. Yeah, so I think that's really all I have for you guys. Remember to drop a like and a comment on the stream. Remember to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. This has been a long one. This has been a doozy. Almost a 5-hour stream. I think that's the longest stream we've done on this channel. And also consider becoming a channel member. You do get this awesome Barabong emote that we made live on stream. Here you can see it in its full high definition glory. Yeah, consider becoming a channel member. Shout outs to our one channel member, wherever you've gone. Hold on, where have you gone? Where have you gone? Where have you gone? Are you playing? No, our channel member. I can't even remember their name now. Shout out to the one channel member, but drop a membership. Barabong Cloud, and yeah, I'm gonna go record Expend to Draw, where we're gonna talk more about this stuff. Check out that what does this channel member do? I don't know if it lets you enjoy an ad-free viewing experience during the live streams. I don't know if that's true or not. I know that's how that would work on Twitch, but it supports us, helps us keep making content, and also you get Barabong plus other funny emotes that I'm sure I will like 5-minute create in these live streams. But I don't know, perks to come. Probably what's it called? What are they called? The like videos that like only members can see. Members only videos will probably come at some point. But yeah, I have to talk a lot about that stuff because he would know better than me. But yippee, give us money, thank you. I'll never play Lumaru. You're a bad advertiser. If you play Lumaru, you will get 1,000 years of good fortune. If you do not play Lumaru, death penalty. All right, I'm out of here. Bye bye, gang. Say bye bye. Can we get some waves? Actually, let me get some waves. We can't raid out, so like this is the best we do. I want some waves. I want some hundreds. I want some Barabongs. Enjoy casuals if you're playing in that. All right, I'm out, guys. Hope you enjoyed.